There's no public hearing today. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call of members.
Anna Kellis. Dan Klein.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Present.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Sorry, mine didn't come out. I'm here.
Anna. Dave McKenna.
Here.
Glenn Morey.
Here.
Martha Robertson.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Who's there?
Mike Sigler.
He's frozen.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Henry Grandison.
Present.
Who's he is present?
Mike Sigler, we have you being present. Rich John.
Here.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Present.
14 members present.
Thank you very much. Someone say something?
Mike Sigler's trying to
Okay.
speak.
Thank you. And I do want to acknowledge that both Dan Klein and Legislator Klein and Legislator Lane are joining me in some part of the chambers this evening. Okay. Presentation, proclamations, communications, and notices. You would have received your communications, and I have one proclamation for this evening. And I will read that proclamation. So, proclamation honoring the Honorable John Robert Lewis. Whereas on July 17, 2020, John Robert Lewis passed from this life at the age of 80. And whereas John Lewis devoted his life to the goals of civil rights and racial equity and reconciliation. And whereas as a student, John Lewis organized sit-ins, boycotts, and other non-violent protests to achieve civil rights, including voting rights for people of color. And whereas in his 20s, John Lewis risked his life as one of the original Freedom Riders, chaired the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the SNCC, helped organize the march in Washington at which Martin Luther King gave his infamous I Have a Dream speech, coordinated SNCC's voter registration efforts for the Mississippi Freedom Summer, and risked his life and liberty to lead the Civil Rights March across the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday. And whereas in his 30s, John Lewis directed the Voter Education Project, which registered some 4 million voters of color and served as the Associate Director of Action, ACTION, under President Carter. And whereas in his 40s, John Lewis served on the Atlanta City Council for 5 years and was elected to Congress. And whereas John Lewis served in Congress from 1987 until his death. And whereas for 15 years, John Lewis consistently and persistently introduced a bill in Congress to establish a National Museum of African American History and Culture, which was finally established and opened as part of the Smithsonian Institution in 2016. And whereas during his tenure in Congress, John Lewis served on important committees, belonged to over 40 caucuses, and served as Chief Deputy Whip and Senior Chief Deputy Whip. And whereas as a United States Representative, John Lewis was fiercely independent, adamantly liberal, and unfailingly outspoken such that he was characterized by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution as the conscience of Congress and the only former major civil rights leader who extended his fight for human rights and racial reconciliation to the halls of Congress. And whereas throughout his life, John Lewis was a courageous and relentless fighter for justice and equality, and an inspiration to all who share his goals. And whereas there is still much work to be done to achieve the fair and just society for which he worked so hard, now therefore I, Leslyn McBean Claiborne, Chair of the Tompkins County Legislature, and the Tompkins County Legislature dedicate its efforts to achieving racial justice and equality in Tompkins County in memory and honor of John Robert Lewis, and orders that flags of all county buildings be flown at half-staff in his honor for the remainder of the month of July. Signed this 21st day of July, 2020, in honor of Honorable John Robert Lewis. Thank you for that, and I want to thank my colleague Deborah Dawson for all her work in putting this proclamation together. Thank you, Deborah. Announcements of executive sessions, any reordering of business or special orders, any call for an executive session tonight that I'm not aware of? No special orders. Thank you very much. We do have privilege of the floor for the public, and I did receive one piece of correspondence that will be read into the record. It is from Faye Gugagas for our July 21st meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. And she writes, it's handwritten, so I will do my best. Dear County Board members, greetings to all of you. We are in turbulent times, and it is hard not to be able to speak to you in person. It saddens me that some of my concerns are not being addressed or resolved. I hope that you can reflect and take the time to do something about this now. For in the spirit of John Lewis, thank you, Faye, now is the time. 1, I have come before you a year ago raising my deep concern about 5G technology. Now we see the city of Ithaca passing this legislation to allow it without any public comment, without underlined. I ask that you raise your voices to the city, being a part of the county, to object to their actions without public comment and public dialogue. Both county and city must discuss the implications of the wireless technologies, for they are taking control of lives in a way that may be difficult to change. The time to act is now. This impacts our health, our privacy, our choices, as well as our democracy. Number 2, for more than a year now, I have exhaustingly raised the negative issue of dockless bicycles in our city. It was the Lime Company. I feel my concerns only went on deaf ears. People may agree, but did nothing about my concerns, which I was not alone. The city brought them here, specifically the mayor, without any public notice or dialogue. I also hold Bike Walk Tompkins and Jennifer Dodson of CarShare and others in the county transportation organization and Chamber of Commerce, sorry, they're arrows, accountable for this undemocratic process and company coming to our county. Now, on top of all of this history, the city is looking for another company like Lime. To me, I find this insulting, demeaning, and an extreme lack of honesty and dialogue, essentially undemocratic and irresponsible. We must not have a company like Lime enter a contract with us. Please act now, and I encourage the city to stop this process. Number 3, I am deeply concerned about the students Ithaca College, Cornell University coming back this fall. Watching the news and seeing what students and youth behaviors are exhibiting at bars and gatherings, I'm worried the virus will grow in our county. We will be adding around 28,000 more people to a pool of roughly 30,000, almost half. I feel this is dangerous. I feel the students should come back in the spring to prevent a second wave in the fall. The first wave is not even over. The virus is constantly mutating, and with the flu season upon us soon, I feel very concerned what can happen. I know not having the students is hard on our economy, yet we must look at the greater good and find solutions to help ourselves till the virus has been cured and its impacts. Thank you for reading my comments and concerns. May peace, hope, and love, or hearing my comments and concerns, may peace, hope, and love always prevail and be our guide in life. God bless you and all of our community, nation, and planet. Sincerely, Faye Gugagas. Thank you, Faye, for your comments. They've been read into the records, and our legislators in attendance have heard them. That's the only correspondence I received on the privilege of the floor for the public. Municipal officials, is anybody with us this evening?
Robert Lynch and Dawson.
Who?
Robert Lynch and Dawson.
Oh, hi. I see Robert Lynch, and Dawson is somewhere as well. All right. Mr. Lynch?
Good evening, and
Good
thank
evening.
you for inviting me to this meeting tonight. Appreciate it. I have a rather important announcement about something coming up in Enfield tomorrow. I'll save that until I say what I came up with this weekend, and I wanted to share it with you. It sounds like a good idea, but I wanted to share it with you because it might solve a problem we have. And as usual, I've written out my thoughts. Tonight, I'd like to suggest something bold, something novel, yet something necessary. Maybe nobody's thought of it yet. Maybe someone has, but hasn't spoken up. Maybe there are a million reasons not to do it, but it's worth these 3 minutes just in case. So here goes. 3 weeks ago, Governor Cuomo made a promise about COVID-19 testing. He said, quote, "We're now opening testing to all New Yorkers. We have that much capacity. All New Yorkers can now go get a test. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't hurt. Take a test. And it's now open to everyone," close quote. Technically correct, but not here, not at the Cayuga Health testing site. It's not that anyone who walks up can get tested. That's a quote from our county health director, Frank Krupa. He told municipal leaders on a conference call that comment last week. The problem is reimbursement. Insurance rules don't qualify the asymptomatic for free testing. So Cayuga Health could not cover its costs if it tested asymptomatics at its drive-through. You want to test without symptoms or an essential job, you've got to drive to a state testing site in Syracuse or Binghamton, nearly 2 hours away. Face it, most of us won't bother. So the asymptomatics go undiagnosed. They walk and exhale among us. They compound our risk. Experts say universal testing, along with contact tracing, is the best way to beat back this virus. Our local numbers are on the rise. It's no longer just a case or two. We now have 32 active cases. 3 people are in the hospital. Experts say carriers of COVID-19 are most contagious in the few days prior to ever revealing symptoms. What's my bold idea? Why can't our government, Tompkins County government, reimburse Cayuga Health for universal testing, asymptomatic testing? Would it cost money? Of course. Wise initiatives always do. Can we afford it? Our county's budget tops $190 million. And while tough times lie ahead, we can still find the funds for universal testing. We have the means to do this, but do we have the will? Could this initiative increase taxes? Perhaps. But you know what? Tax increase or not, I think our county's residents would stand up and cheer. Finally, they'd say, government is doing something right, something we need, something I need. Put the people and our community's health first. The clock ticks, the weeks go by, the active cases grow. Want to get tested but unwilling to make that long drive? Let Tompkins County help. Let this legislature help. Consider reimbursement for universal COVID-19 testing. It's a bold idea. It's a good idea. It'll keep this community safer. Why not make it happen? That's my suggestion. I want to let people know that there's a very important public hearing in Enfield tomorrow night. It concerns a proposal to local laws which would make the town highway superintendent and the town clerk's positions appointive rather than elective, effective with the beginning of 2022. The town board is divided on that. I'll leave it there. And so public comment at our Zoom 6:30 p.m. meeting would be very helpful and very influential. And you can find the link to our Zoom meeting on the Town of Enfield website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch, Town of Enfield representative. Thank you. Dustin Nugent, City of Ithaca, Common Council, 2nd Ward.
Thank you. I don't have much because we have not met in any way in committee or at full council since your last meeting, but I did want to bring up a few community items of community interest. One is 5G. Actually, right now, there's a info session on the Town of Ithaca's YouTube page about stuff related to 5G that municipal officials should know about. I'll have to review the video later, but there's some wireless experts and a legal expert who will be advising both municipalities since Verizon has approached both of us, the city and town of Ithaca, for installing small wireless facilities. So I know that's been a topic of interest and people should, once again, that's the Town of Ithaca's YouTube page. You just Google that. Another thing that the community might be interested in is, well, most people don't think about the Board of Public Works, but we have a Board of Public Works that makes a lot of infrastructure decisions. They're appointed by the mayor, and when the mayor asked our superintendent of public works for ideas to reduce staff time and friction, he suggested, and he's contemplating the abolition of the Board of Public Works, and instead having either staff make some of those decisions or bringing them to Common Council. So it's in our charter. It would be a major decision. If council moved forward with this, it would go to referendum for the city voters to decide on. But it is a big deal. It's a big change. BPW, like I said, they usually make infrastructure decisions like street and sidewalk decisions, or whether to entertain appeals from people with a dispute for their water or sewer bills, whether to put bike lanes in, etc. So that's something we'll be discussing tomorrow at our city administration committee meeting, and will be an ongoing community discussion. And lastly, you might know that the mayor had announced last month his intention to form a task force to re-examine public safety in the city of Ithaca. If you go to the city website, you can see his statement there and a form where the public can sign up to be part of the task force and be involved. There's a meeting tomorrow at noon for those of us who have already signed up. So I expect that so that is moving forward. Just I know it's been a little quiet recently, but people have signed up to be part of that process. We'll be getting notified soon about how to participate. And that is it.
Thank you, Dudson. Questions for either Robert or Dudson? Martha?
Thank you, Leslie. This is actually for, well, it's actually for Jason. I don't know if this is the equivalent of watching somebody's body language, but I noticed when Jason said, when Bob mentioned universal testing in Tompkins County, Jason turned his video back on. So maybe Jason would have something to say about that. And I'm curious about your.
So it's a good point and a good observation that that is some of the changes that have happened in the insurance world. So for the past 2 weeks, we've worked very carefully with our state representatives in the control room, our colleagues up at the second floor in the executive chambers, as well as with CMC, to coordinate and confirm FEMA reimbursement for them to continue to provide that service without a financial loss. So we're still working on that confirmation. I think tomorrow tomorrow or next week, later this week, is a meeting to get we've had verbal confirmation. We want to ensure that CMC has the avenue to do so they can continue to provide that testing. So when we learned about this, we reached out to the second floor and the control room. They were very responsive. Unbeknownst to us, Assemblywoman Lifton was also involved. She was helped, and they were able to link us up with DISHES, which is the State Homeland Security Office, as well as FEMA, to confirm that CMC could seek reimbursement for non-medically necessary testing to ensure that folks continue to have access to the testing at the Lansing site.
Thank you, Jason. Other questions for either Mr. Lynch or for Dudson? Henry?
Yes, Dudson, is the DPW also handle potholes refillment?
Well, just to be clear, there's the Department of Public Works, DPW. That is a city department that does all this infrastructure work. That does street repair or paving or sidewalk stuff or water and sewer stuff. I'm talking about the Board of Public Works, which is it's a mayoral appointed quasi-judicial body that makes decisions that direct staff at DPW on various things. But yeah, DPW does potholes to answer your short question.
And so what's the rationale for getting rid of the Board of Public Works?
There's a lot. So Mike Thorne says that staff spends a lot of time preparing those agendas for decisions that Board of Public Works frequently just follows staff recommendations anyway. You often defer to staff because staff is, they're the civil engineering experts. It's hard to get a quorum sometimes. This was the same issue we had with some of the advisory boards and why we came up with the commission system that we have now. And finally, they feel like bringing things to council. So, some of the history that we were given includes that boards of public works were created a century or so ago to kind of avoid backroom deals and bring a lot of these contracts to light into the public eye. And that people aren't really watching BPW meetings, or that bringing these items to council would actually give them more visibility. And so that council, in short, could take those functions just as well as the Board of Public Works.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions for our guests? Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for your municipal reports. Appreciate you being here. We are going to move on to privilege of the floor for legislators. Now, all of you raise your hands at once.
Deborah.
Ann Corman, then Henry Grandison. Somebody else.
Deborah.
Okay,
List is over here.
I see it.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you for writing the resolution for John Lewis. I want to also talk about another civil rights leader who passed away this weekend, Reverend Cordy Tyndall, CT Vivian, who died at the age of 95. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm having a little trouble with my internet.
You're breaking up a little bit, Annie.
I'm going to stop my video and see if that helps. He participated in the freedom rides and worked alongside Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. He participated in his first nonviolent protest, a lunch counter sit-in in Peoria, Illinois in 1947. He and other ministers founded the Nashville Christian Leadership Conference, an affiliate of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And they have held the city's first sit-ins and civil rights march. By 1965, he had become the director of the national affiliates for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference when he led a group of people to register to vote in Selma, Alabama. And with media cameras rolling, he was beaten by the local sheriff. These images helped galvanize the wider support for change, similar to my mind, similar to what happened to George Floyd. Vivian also created a college readiness program with the goal of helping take care of kids who were kicked out of school because they protested racism. The U.S. Department of Education used his vision program as a guide to create Upward Bound, which was designed to improve high school and college graduation rates for students in underserved communities. In the late 70s, he founded the National Anti-Klan Network, an anti-racism organization that focused on monitoring the Ku Klux Klan. And that mission expanded and later developed into the Center for Democratic Renewal. President Barack Obama awarded him.
And she's gone. Okay, Annie, we lost your feed. You come back on and you want to pick up, you can go ahead, but this time I'm going to call on Henry Granison.
Yes. Ann stole my thunder because I was going to mention the same person. Although I just want to say is that it was a quote from Martin Luther King. He was the greatest preacher who ever lived.
Yes, he was. Thank you, Henry. Deborah?
Yes, thank you, Leslyn. A couple of things. First of all, I wanted to say how nice it was to hear from Faye Gagakis. It's been a long time.
I'm glad I could represent.
Secondly, I wanted to congratulate Mike Sigler on his nuptials last week, and also to thank him for organizing a town hall that will be this next Wednesday at 7 p.m. It will be for residents of the town of Lansing, the village of Lansing, and the town of Groton. And it will be similar to the town halls Cornell has held for other communities about Cornell's reopening. If anyone wants to come from outside the blessed northeastern corner of Tompkins County, they're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Shauna Black?
Thank you, Leslyn. I just have 3 announcements. The first one is that I want to acknowledge the many emails that we've received this week from our community members about their concern over the reopening of the higher ed institutions in our area. We hear you loud and clear that there's concern about our community's safety. We're working with Cornell, Ithaca College, as well as TC3 on their marketing strategy to make sure that if and when the students come back, that there are going to be some guidelines in place. And we're also working on communication so that we as community members understand what's going to happen. I know that I just had a town hall meeting last week, and it was set up as a Q&A forum. And it was great for people to be able to ask questions and to receive some answers for those questions. But I understand there's still some concern, and we need to continue that conversation, and we will keep doing that. My second announcement is that we are currently working on a way to increase the way that we do public comment. Right now, people can have public comment by submitting an email to publiccomment@tompkins-co.org. And in our committee meetings, we are starting to open up our Zoom meetings, and we will let each chair of the committee know as we start to open those up. So ideally, at our next legislature meeting in, let's see here, that will be August, towards the middle of August, we hope to be able to have that invitation available to our general public so that they can come in, be part of our Zoom, and have access to not only have dialogue and comment, but to have video and to share their thoughts and comments in person. Again, until then, we ask that you submit those comments at public comment at tompkins-co.org. And then my last announcement is that we currently have an opening for a human rights commissioner. If you're interested, there is an application on the Tompkins County Legislature website. It's considered an advisory board, and you could fill that out and submit that right through our Tompkins County website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shauna. Martha Robertson.
Yeah, thank you. I lost the internet as Jason was answering my question. I think we got to keep pushing for more broadband investment. I think get a lot of support for that in this county. As Shauna mentioned, we are not meeting. Just wanted to make sure anybody in the public who looks for us 2 weeks from now, we had earlier in the year figured we wouldn't have that much to do in August. So we canceled the August 4th legislature meeting. Our next meeting is August 18th. So if anybody's looking for us out of habit on the first Tuesday, we won't be here.
Thank you, Martha. Anna Kellis.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that the state legislature will be in session for a few more weeks. And one of the issues that legislators have had difficulty with at the state level for years, as many of us know, is that the budget process leans very heavily on the governor, whoever is the governor, power to dictate the process of what goes into the budget. And there is a bill currently in both the Assembly and the Senate called the Budget Equity Bill. And that would create more of a balance between the legislature and the executive branch at the state level. There are a handful of candidates and nominees who signed a letter to both the Assembly and the Senate. But I think that it would be a boon to all counties to look at that as well. It would be a constitutional amendment change. So it would need to be passed in this legislative body in the next couple weeks, as well as the next legislative body, and go to a referendum. So if it is not considered in this legislative session, we won't be able to bring it forward again until 2023. It would allow the legislature, the houses, to add additions to the budget. As it currently stands, they can only reduce the dollar amount allocated to budget items. This would allow for substitutions as well as additions. So it's actually quite a big shift. So again, if anybody here is interested, I'm happy to add more, but it might be worth comments to our representatives at the state level to create the balance of equity. So I wanted to let people know that this is being considered and there's only a couple weeks for it to happen.
Thank you, Anna. Martha, do you have your hand up again, or that's?
Yeah, no, I want to ask
okay.
Anna, if you could send us the bill numbers And doesn't the governor have to sign it? You're muted.
This would be a referendum. It would be a constitutional change and referendum. And the way that I'll share the bill and the language. Amendments and additions would not require a vote by the governor.
Really? Okay.
So I will share that with you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, I'm just going to take a quick moment to reiterate something that Shauna said. I was going to do it as part of my chair's report, but that's okay. And just to reassure the public who have been reaching out to us via email with concerns around COVID-19 or schools reopening or the higher ed institutions returning, that we are seeing those comments. We are paying attention. Our EOC, our public health commissioner, our communications manager, who by the way is also joining us in chambers tonight. Hi, Dominic. Our county administrator, deputy county administrator have been in very close communication with our institutions of higher learning and working out as many of the kinks as we can possibly think of, so that when our students do return, that's the business of these institutions, that it is as careful and with public health as the #1 priority. All these institutions are looking at it from that angle as well, not just about having students come back and be in classes, but public health in Tompkins County is, primary, the fundamental thing that is driving some of the decision making around what are the plans, reporting, everything else. So we are paying attention. We welcome your comments because there may be things that we haven't thought about that we'd love to hear from you from. So don't stop it coming. Just know that we are paying attention. So thank you, Shauna, for bringing that up. Any other legislators on the privilege of the floor for legislators? Nope. All right. We have a special presentation from Jeff Smith of our Highway Department Director. And we'll turn our attention to Jeff. It's been a long time since we've seen you, Jeff.
Yes, it has. Forever, it seems. And this is how I've seen the people that I have seen. The F&I committee has been through this mode of communication. We all know and love the Zoom. Mike Lane asked me at the F&I committee to give the legislature a presentation on kind of where we're at and some idea of direction as to where we're going with our road paving and other projects in the county, some of which we've completed, some of which we're in process of doing, like actually this week, and some of the things are starting shortly. I'm going to upload, share a map of the county and kind of talk about that here. Let me. I'm hoping if you could answer as to, do you see me scrolling up and down? Do you see the whole map?
Yes, we see you scrolling up and down.
Okay. Well, that's good. I can do it that way as well. Right there at the top, we put together somewhat of a key that explains in color, spread throughout the county, the 4 different categories. The top one being chip seal. We did complete our chip seal plan. Let me step back a second. Early on and through the state budget proceedings, we weren't sure on what we were going to be receiving in CHIPS funding. The status was unknown. Even though it was in the state budget, we were told that it was unsure if we were going to be receiving it. A few weeks went by at a time. We got to a point where we, working with administration, decided to go ahead with a few of the projects, knowing that we have some bond maintenance funds that we don't look to have reimbursed. They're funds that we spend to pave and chip seal and do other road work maintenance throughout every year. And it's in addition to CHIPS funding. Those projects are now complete. Those were a get start. We picked projects that were needed to be done, that were not necessarily on our direct immediate plan to be done, but they're much necessary, high volume, high speed, high traffic roads. And the chip seal piece is a preservation function. We did about 17 miles of chip seal this year. We originally planned to do about 30. As you see, the scale of everything that we've done and plan to do is somewhat scaled back. So let me move ahead now to the key at the top of the map. Chip seal is in green, as you can see. And then in the blue is either paving that we've already completed or we're in process and very close to maybe completing the construction portion and have already on the schedule planned and within budget. So to kind of move around the county, I don't want to talk about every road, but if you in your leisure get a better look at this map, you can see the green roads, the blue roads. Those are roads that are complete or are in the process of completing. The roads in black, to kind of give you an update at this time, the state budget, the CHIPS has come through, but with a caveat of a 20% reduction. And there's been a lot of back and forth about whether or not it's going to get rolled over. Typically, CHIPS funds that you don't expend in the current fiscal year that are allocated are then rolled over into the following year. I'd be surprised if they don't do that. Traditionally, they always have. I can only say that I will keep everyone posted if they don't, but I hope that they do. But at the same time, they're saying don't spend that last 20%. For Tompkins County, that last 20% totals to be about $553,000 of a cut, or spend it, but take a chance of not being reimbursed. Well, no one's going to do that. So with that in mind, we turn our attention to the black roads in the map, and we have a couple roads in the southern part of the county, one being Coddington Road and the other one being Schaefer Road, that are in very poor condition. We've been trying to get there for at least the last 2 years. We presently next week have our furlough employees returning. Our workforce is getting back to the original scale of what we would be able to allocate into completing these roads. That combined with the late start and the reduction in funding is having an impact. But I want to emphasize, as in always, once one of these roads makes it on the map, we're going to keep it on the map until we complete it, meaning that if we don't get to it this year, we're going to get to it next year. At this time, I believe that we have enough funding, in addition to what we've already done and what we have in blue already planning to do or completed, that we will at least be able to get a couple miles of both of Coddington Road and Schaefer Road complete. The roads that we're going to go to from there are looking like Pleasant Valley Road and Pleasant Valley Road is in the blue. We're going to look at Cobb Street Road and Connecticut Hill. Those are relatively shorter pieces of road. They've been identified by users of the road as being very unsafe, and we don't necessarily disagree. So we're going to allocate some funding in those directions. Our plan is to spend as much money that we can this year and get it on the road. Hopefully, if we are not able to, that it will roll over. We're not planning to spend the 20%, the carve out that the state has indicated that it's questionable. And that combined with the late start, I think that's probably about what we're going to get done this year. Our hopes is to get a few miles of road done in the event we run out of funding or we don't want to spend it, or maybe some news changes to the positive. And that, so next spring when we come in, we have a couple of roads complete and we can have vendors come in and actually pave the road very early and have a banner year and really catch up during the 2021 season. That's pretty quick. That's kind of where I was at. The other part of the key that I want to mention, which is a long time coming. I think all of you, if you think back, all the resolutions we've passed for both of these projects, those are kind of a pink color or a salmon. If you look, we have two of those. These are federal aid projects. One is out to bid and the start date is set. That one is Ludlowville Bridge down in the hamlet of Ludlowville. That project is been awarded. We're in the process of starting on the 28th. The bridge is expected to take 4.5 months, which has a completion date about middle of December. The other project that you may be familiar with and remember a lot of resolutions and back and forth and having it funded and then unfunded and then refunded and is Ellis Hollow Phase 3. That project is at the point where we are looking for obligations of funds through New York State DOT. As soon as that happens, we will be putting it out on the block to be bid for by contractors, moving it along. We still anticipate it being started and completed in this season. So those are a couple nice projects coming out, and they're federal aid. They've been around forever. That would that Ellis Hollow Phase 3 would complete Ellis Hollow with Phase 4 being done in-house last season. That would complete Ellis Hollow, the project as planned as a whole. So that's all I have. I'm certainly willing to try and answer some questions if anyone has any.
Jeff, can you stop sharing your screen for me? Martha, I see that you've raised your hands. I can't see anybody, so there we go. Thank you. If people need it, we can always put it back up. Martha.
Thanks very much, Jeff. And I'm looking, we got sent this map earlier today by Kathy Covert. So I still got mine up and I'm looking, some of the roads that are, the road segments themselves are black. Some of them have black type and some of them have blue type. So I was all excited about Turkey Hill Road, which the type is blue, which sounded like it's in progress, but then the road line is black, which means it's planned. So which is just, we're supposed to pay attention to the actual road segment, the color of the segment?
Yeah, I don't want to burst your bubble, Martha, but it's black. The color of the road is the color of the key. Yeah, I do see what you're saying. I know you're interested in Turkey Hill. We do recognize that road is in need of having some attention. I don't know that we're going to get there this year, but it's on the map and should see some attention next year.
Thanks very much.
It's not entirely burst, it's planned.
Yeah.
And I'll be right now, but it's planned. Other questions for Jeff? Jeff, thank you for sharing. Other questions? Anyone else? Mike Lane?
Jeff, I really want to thank you for doing this presentation tonight. We all are from different districts. We all have roads and bridges, and it's kind of nice to see the whole county pictured and what your department is doing, trying to keep up on all of them. And I really want to express our thanks, and please carry it to your employees and staff for all the hard work they're doing for us this summer.
Thank you, Mike. And I'm happy to do this sort of thing anytime it's necessary. And I want to echo your statements. The staff here at the Highway Department have, through this whole thing from the beginning till now, have really been cooperative. It's just made me very proud of all the employees and the work we've been able to accomplish. There's, it looks like a bunch of color on a map, but those green lines and those are miles of road. That's 17 miles of chip seal that we were able to complete. And quite honestly, every person, all hands on deck, we were pulling this all, everyone was getting together. And we were also helping with a lot of the towns, or pulling the towns in to help us out, went on those days in order to haul the chip seal, the stones and things like that to accomplish those 17 miles. And the blue paving is about 15 miles that we've been able to complete or about to. That does involve a lot of work and construction and coordination and logistics, and the mechanic side of it, from the MEOs, the HEOs. It's been a lot of work to get here, to get everything up and running and keep everything running. I just want to really shout out to the employees here and their efforts to, maintain as close to normal as we can with what we have. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Henry?
Yes, Jeff, you talked about the 20% that the state wants you to withhold. Is there a point in time in which if the state says, okay, you can use the 20%, that you can still use it?
The difficulty there is the when that happens, when that news comes, the fact that construction is seasonal, and we wouldn't want to be paving roads too late in the year, that sort of thing. So when the decision's made, we'll have to make that decision as far as how much we can spend this year. Hopefully, what I mentioned about the rolling of funds, that's always happened with CHIPS funding, knowing that that's going to happen, that would be in addition to what funding we receive next year. So at least we're not out the funds. But there's a lot of questioning going on. Our county highway superintendent state association, and we have a lobbyist. We're daily emails about this exact subject as far as CHIPS and a lot of other things that are going on at the state level. And just a lot of questions and not a lot of answers right now, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ann Corman?
Thank you for the presentation, Jeff. You said referenced all hands on deck to complete some of these projects, and I don't know if it's usual that you have all the F&I committee members come out and help like we did, to spread tar and chips and everything, but I didn't mind doing it. I just want to say that. So I'm joking if anybody's from the public watching, so that I did going out and doing it. So my question
I've got
is,
the pictures.
Oh, that's right. So I was wondering if you've had any issues with people having difficulty wearing the masks for whatever reason, but especially with the heat. And so it's kind of a two-parter. And have you had any issues with paving or with the chip sealing, or with your employees, trying to deal with this intense heat wave we've been having?
And thank you, but that's kind of, without getting into those specifics, really what I was referring to about how flexible and how understanding and how wanting to keep everyone safe at the highway department. They've just been very accepting, a lot of conversations, and I stress with them that if this is new to everybody and this is a plan, but if you see a hole in it, or you want to upgrade or talk about things, or any areas that you feel unsafe. And that's echoed, we have some employees returning that haven't worked under these new guidelines that are coming back next Monday. And I've been sharing with them this week and conversing, and we're going to have to go through that whole kind of a retraining. None of it's very difficult. It's really more of an awareness. But they've been very flexible as far as like wearing the mask. We're able to keep 6 foot distant for most of the work we do. And then when we're in a pickup truck, we try to work singularly and pick up and equipment and things like that. We have disinfecting plans, everything else, but there are times we have to get within a 6 foot. If anybody's riding in a pickup together, they have the mask on, things like that. And they've been very cooperative with all of those guidelines. I'm sure that with the heat, there's some uncomfortable aspects to that. Certainly I know from wearing one myself, it really, sometimes it gets very sweaty and wet, and it doesn't seem like it doesn't feel very, very fun. But I haven't heard that complaint. I'm thinking that most of the time they're able to work it so there's a 6 foot distance and they're not wearing it when they're filling potholes, when they're out in the heat, but when they get back in the truck, they're putting it back on.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jeff? Jeff, certainly on behalf of all of us at the legislature, please, we do appreciate all the work that you're doing, and we want to also make sure our employees at the highway department know how much we appreciate them trying to maintain normalcy and doing work that our community needs at this time. It's difficult for everyone, and they keep plugging along, and we really do appreciate that. So please do express our gratitude for their work,
We'll pass that
especially in these unusual times. So thank you very, very much. And thanks for sharing with us about the roads. You know, we don't get our fix of bridges enough. You know, I miss hearing about Red Mill Road Bridge.
Yeah.
You know, for years, that's all we heard about. So thank you for sharing. Take care and have a good evening.
Thanks.
All right, moving on our agenda, on the chair's report. I have a couple of appointments to the Tiger Committee that I need to make. Tonight, I'm appointing Mike Lane and Henry Granison to the Tiger Committee. And did I have some appointments?
No.
Yes.
No.
And also, pardon?
No others.
I did.
The consent. That's the consent agenda.
So glad Kathy's in here with me. So those are the only appointments I'm making this evening. I explained to Mike and Henry that I was derelict in my duties at the last meeting to make that appointment, and I apologize to both of them, but they will be joining Tiger. They've already been attending, but officially at the next Tiger Committee meeting. Thank you, gentlemen, for offering to serve on that committee. I also have some fun stuff, and I was looking back to see if I had a leftover sparkler from my 4th of July celebration, a safe sparkler, Martha, a safe one. But I didn't, so pretend like I have a sparkler as I make these presentations tonight. I want to present in honor for 5 years of outstanding service to Tompkins County, a certificate of appreciation to Anna Kellis. Thank you for your 5 years of service on this body, and to the residents of Tompkins County, and also to the 2nd Legislative District. Thank you very much, Anna, for your dedication. Yay! Sparkler, sparkler, sparkler. I also want to honor and appreciate for 5 years of dedicated service to the residents of Tompkins County, my dear friend, Glenn Morey. Glenn, where are you? There you are. Representative from Groton. Thank you, Glenn, again for your dedication to serving the people of Groton and Tompkins County in general, and being my next door neighbor buddy. You're not there anymore, so yay! Again, sparklers. And last but certainly not least, I want to honor and appreciate Legislator Rich John for 5 years of dedicated and outstanding service to the people of Tompkins County. Rich, where are you? Oh, you're dark. I can't see you. So thank you very much, Rich. Rich, you're what, fifth? Your 5th ward, 5th district? 4th? 4th, you're the 4th legislative district.
Yes, 4th district. Thank you.
Hey, so thank you very much, Rich, for serving the people of the 4th district and all of the people of Tompkins County. We will make sure you get your certificates, and attached to them are a little note that says you get to pick a wonderful gift in recognition of your service to Tompkins County. Thank you all for 5 years of service. Yay. I miss my sparklers. It would have added a little something. And as Deborah mentioned earlier, I too want to add our collective congratulations to our colleague Mike Ziegler on his nuptials. I know the mailman has been a little derelict in his duties in delivering the invitation, so I will forgive him because my legislature packet from last month just arrived today, so I'm assuming that that's what happened to my invitation as well. But I'm kidding. Congratulations, Mike. We're very happy for you. Yay. Sparklers. And I think that's what I had for this evening. I talked already about the public continuing to reach out to us. We want to hear from you. Yeah, no, that was it. Moving on to report from the county administrator, county attorney, and finance director. Who wants to go first? County administrator? You want to go first?
I can, Leslyn. We have a little bit of a good COVID presentation, so I would just offer if you want to consider doing the consent agenda first, because this may take a little while, and I know there's a lot of questions from legislators. But I'll move forward if you want to, unless you want to clear. I know there's a few staff waiting on the consent agenda.
There are, who do I have? I'm always looking around to see what staff are here.
There's a few staff. We have Lisa Monroe.
Lisa Monroe's here.
Came in.
Okay. Who else?
Mike Hall, I think.
I don't see all of them at all. Okay, well, why don't we do that? Thank you, Jason, for pointing that out.
I would also recommend maybe doing the F&I resolutions too, not on consent.
Thank you. So, all right, why don't I reorder the agenda just a little bit? And let's go ahead and take up the consent agenda. The consent agenda are resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group, unless any member of the legislature feels that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committee. Let's start with consent agenda. I have an advisory board appointment of Kit to the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Kit Kephart, who's a county staff, term to expire December 31st, 2022. And to the resolutions on consent. Under Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution A, budget adjustment for one-time increase in state funding for the expanded in-home services for the elderly program. ID 9444, that was pending committee action, and I suppose that was the action had already passed in committee, right, Shauna? Had not, yes. E8 for construction phase services for PIN 3755.93, County Road 110, Ellis Hollow Road rehabilitation, Pine Tree Road to Game Farm Road, Town of Ithaca. Again, it was pending committee action, and Mike Lane, that passed committee?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and that is ID 9431, Budget and Capital and Personnel Committee, Resolution C, authorizing a public hearing on proposed local law number blank of 2020, a local law overriding the tax levy limit of 2021, ID 9423. That's all I have on the consent agenda. May I have someone move the consent agenda? Moved by Deb Dawson. May I have someone second? Martha Robertson. All in favor of the consent agenda? Roll call.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dave Harney,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Morey,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Point of clarification, I can't remember Kit Kephart's appointment. So workforce diversity and inclusion, is that included here?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, yes.
Leslin McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 no.
that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And we have folks waiting for F and I, and it looks like budget as well.
I'm not sure about budget.
All right.
Do we
Why
need-
don't-
do we need to add this one?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, listen, I was hoping we might read the one about the 25.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think we have folks waiting for that.
Okay.
So why don't we go with F and I, Mike Lane?
I just wondered, do we need to add the F and I
Yes, yes.
resolution that we just adopted at the committee meeting?
We probably do, Mike. I think I skipped over resolutions to be added, withdrawn from the agenda. We have a bunch of them.
No, just one.
Just
Resolution L. It's the only one that has to be added.
resolution what, I?
L.
L.
Okay, I have K and L here.
It's this one.
Okay.
We just did it.
Yeah. All right, we do need to add resolution to the agenda. Moved by Mike Lane, it's resolution L. Authorization to execute a funding agreement with New York State Department of Transportation. Supplemental agreements number 1, PIN 3755.93 Ellis Hollow Road. Improvements Town of Ithaca. Mike Lane moves it. May I have a second? Glenn Maury seconds. All in favor of adding this to the agenda, we need 10 votes. Roll call.
Anna Kellis,
Go on.
yes. Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler, Mike Sigler,
Yes. Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslin McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 no.
thank you very much. Kathy, do we have to add K or that's already?
No, that's already on the agenda.
Okay, because I just got my packet today. I didn't see it. Thank you. Okay, so again, reordering a little bit the order of business, we're going to take up F and I committee. Mike Lane?
You want just the resolutions at this point, or do you want everything?
Well, I'll just do the resolutions at this point.
All right, I'm going to move Resolution E, appropriation from contingent fund, terminal pay reimbursement, Department of Weights and Measures, ID 9405.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Dave McKenna. Discussion? Right, roll call vote.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslin McBean Claiborne.
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 no.
that carries. Thank you very much.
I'd like to move Resolution F, approve budget adjustment to transfer from highway fund balance and amend the capital program, 18 Ludlow, or PIN 3756.18 Ludlowville Road, County Road 159, bridge replacement in the town of Lansing. That's ID 9396. I move it.
May I have a second, please? Who was that?
Dave McKenna.
Dave, thank you. Discussion? Roll call vote.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
that carries.
I'd like to move Resolution G, authorizing supplemental agreement number 26 with CNS Companies for terminal building expansion security improvements, Phase 2, supplemental construction phase services, and number 27 for general aviation U.S. Customs and Border Protection Facility, supplemental construction phase services at Ithaca Tompkins Regional Airport. That's ID 9395, and I move it.
Second.
Second, please. Dave McKenna, seconds. Thank you. Roll call vote.
I have a quick
Oh,
question.
sorry, discussion. Sorry.
I just wanted to know if we could get a quick update of where things stand and the completion date now, and if that's changed.
The Customs Building?
Correct.
It's, Mike Hall told us at the committee that it's virtually done. Fact is, we're going to be putting together a tour of that fairly soon. Mike Hall is here, and he can speak for himself.
Mike is here.
We are missing one piece of equipment, which is baggage screening machine, X-ray machine. And we have an initial operating date of 12 October right now. The building is complete. It's just missing a piece of equipment, and we'll be doing some test flights with it to make sure that everything's hooked up and functional.
And when you say tour, tour for who or whom?
Legislators.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Dawson.
Yes, thank you. So will this be the last money that we have to spend on the airport for a while?
I think,
Sorry.
I think the proper answer to that question is that there are monies every year that are part of the upkeep of the airport. For example, we have a project ongoing right now involving a taxiway. There's a new fire truck coming. But as far as the terminal and customs are concerned, I think we're essentially complete with this. This is a cleanup action. And I'm not aware of anything else that's out there, but a lot of complicated finance. So I think this is the end of the terminal and customs as we've known it. Now, we are going to be applying to New York for some additional monies to do some things that were taken out of the terminal project that need to be taken care of. But that's all future stuff. We haven't even put the application together at this point.
No, I thank you, Mike. I understand that there will be maintenance and stuff like that. I just wanted to know if this was the end of the capital project.
You could consider this to be a wrap, I believe.
Okay, thank you so much.
I can always count on you, Deborah. I think what I'm hearing from Mike is we think that this is it, but things are complicated and something might change. So if something happens,
I won't hold him to it.
Don't hold them to it. See, Mike, I'm trying to have your back there with that one. Anna Kellis.
And one other question, Mike, specifically curious about the percentage decline. We've had presentations from ground transportation, TCAT, for example, on percentage decline in ridership. And I'm curious if you have a total estimate of the impact on COVID with respect to airline passengers going out. The other piece, we had been talking pre-COVID about flights to New York City. I'm assuming, or transportation, even if it was ground transportation, that those discussions have been put pretty much on hold.
I can answer the second part first, and that is that right now, Cornell University travel restrictions would severely limit the O&D or origin and destination travel to New York City. So while a New York hub would be interesting to us, and we've had discussions with Delta Airlines, it would have to be both a hub and a destination. And so while that subject remains open, nobody's in a rush to add an airplane to New York right now. We've pretty well tracked the national trend in air travel. So after starting the year up 20% year over year in January and February, we dropped off to 7%, I think, in April, and doubled that to about 15% in May, about 30% in June. American Airlines has added an additional flight. Delta is expecting to add additional flight. That's all as of kind of mid-July, if you will. The governor today added, I think it was 10 states to the travel restricted list. And it's hard to get enthusiastic about air travel if, it's hard to get enthusiastic about travel because it doesn't apply just to air travel. That just happens to be a very visible form of travel. But, people that were planning on doing a lot of moving this summer and reconnecting and what have you are rethinking, I'm sure, based on the fact that if you go to one of those restricted states and then return to New York, or if you come to New York from a restricted state, you've got a 14-day quarantine. So I'm expecting that after, increasing quite nicely over the last couple of months, that until the surge in the virus nationwide starts to back down and the number of restricted states gets fewer rather than more, that July is not going to be the month we thought it was going to be when we started.
Thank you. I figured.
So I know there might be a lot of interest on this, but, I don't also want to recognize and not put Mike on the spot to necessarily just answer questions. He wasn't prepared with a presentation around. I mean, if we want something like that, we can certainly talk to the chair of F&I and see if we can get that. I'm sure Mike will answer, but, let's take that into consideration as well. And we should be discussing the resolution that's on the floor. Henry, you have something about the resolution? If not, I'm gonna cut you off.
Okay, cut me off.
Okay, resolution that's on the floor. Thank you for taking care of that, Henry.
Okay.
Any other discussion? No, roll call vote.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Foreman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
that carries.
And so the last resolution is the one that we just added, authorization to execute a funding agreement with New York State Department of Transportation, supplemental agreement number 1, PIN 3755.93, Ellis Hollow Road, County Road 110 improvements, Town of Ithaca. That's ID 9455, and I so move.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Martha Robertson. Discussion? Roll call vote.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Foreman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you. That carries. Chair of F&I Committee, Mike Lane, it seems like people have an interest in getting some more information about what's happening with the airport and the new facility and so on and so forth. And so
Well, let's have a chat with Mike Hall and we'll see what we can put together.
fantastic. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mike Hall. Who else is waiting?
Budget, the resolution under budget,
Resolution on the budget.
resolution I.
Martha, yes. You want to take that up, Martha?
Yeah, thank you. And I hope nobody really misunderstands and says that we think people don't want to wait and hear Jason and Frank's report. I'm sure that they do. But I do want to recognize, and this was, I'll read this and then talk a little bit about what happened today. Resolution I, document 9429, recognition and celebration of employees attaining 25 plus years of service with Tompkins County in 2020.
Yay. May I have a second to that resolution? Did everybody second it?
Unanimous second.
Unanimous second.
And if I could go ahead and read the individuals involved and thank legislators who, actually, I want to make sure Lisa Holmes, tell me was it just legislators who delivered lunch?
Yes,
That's right.
I know I did, Shauna did, I don't know who else was involved. Anna.
A few people were.
Okay, a few people. Heather Buck in Human Resources and other staff put together some really nice packages for these folks. The public may not know that we usually every year have a lovely dinner celebrating our long-term employees. We have a 25-year club, and people come back, retirees who have served for 25 or more years, and it's a great opportunity to thank the folks who've really been loyal and dedicated to Tompkins County. That didn't happen this year. So today was, thanks to Human Resources, a really lovely effort to reach out to those folks and thank them. And that's what this resolution is. And I'll just read the names. William Apgar, Probation Department. Brad Covert, Sheriff's Office. Dariel Drake, Department of Planning and Sustainability. Carol Kelly, Sheriff's Office. Michelle Lansing, Sheriff's Office. Lisa Laurer, Department of Social Services. Toynee Culver, Department of Social Services. Darlene Robinson, Department of Social Services. Laurel Rockhill, Probation Department. Susan Spicer, Department of Mental Health. And celebrating a remarkable 50-year career in the accounting unit and in DSS and social services, Yvonne McGinnis, celebrating 50 years of service to Tompkins County. So we could not be more grateful, could not be more proud and delighted and honored to work along with these dedicated employees. So thanks to everybody who helped to make our COVID celebration something. So we appreciate all their work.
Thank you, Martha. Now let's all vote on this resolution of honor and recognition.
Anna Kellis,
Absolutely, yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Enthusiastic yeses.
Mike Lane,
Absolutely.
Yay!
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Mooring,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
You bet.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
As they say in Italy, C.
Henry Grandison,
Boss, yes.
Rich John,
Big yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Woohoo, yes.
9-0 noes.
Thank you for this. And on behalf of all the legislature, again, we do want to thank William and Brad, Daria, Carol, Michelle, Lisa, Tiani, Darlene, Laura, Susan, and Yvonne. Thank you all so very much. We really appreciate your service. So do the citizens of Tompkins County. All right. Anybody else that I missed? I see Lisa Monroe. What's Lisa waiting for?
She was on consent.
Okay. All right, Lisa, well, I'm glad you're here. You don't have to leave. But we already took care of yours, Lisa Monroe, on consent agenda. But please don't leave. Stay and enjoy the meeting. Thank you all. Back to our regularly scheduled agenda. County Administrator Report.
Thank you, Leslie, and thank you for considering those resolutions for some of the staff. So I have an update on COVID-19. I'll put it up on the shared screen for everyone to see. Can everybody see that? That says COVID-19 Tompkins County response.
Yes.
So this is the format we've used. It's been, I think, a great format. Again, on the website, we have the entire history from late March, mid-March to now, and we'll continue to keep this and updating it as kind of a cohesive update and a timeline. July 7th through July 20th, we probably have seen our largest uptick in cases since really since April. 34 new cases since the last time we met. And as of a week or so ago, Monday, we had 10 cases in one day, which is the single largest jump since the beginning of April. No cases yesterday, no cases today. New cases, not unexpected because that's generally Saturday and Sunday's results, of which there usually aren't any because the facility isn't open. So tomorrow we will see what happens if there's any uptick in cases from Monday and Tuesday's testing. But a lot of it has to do with increased travelers, regardless of how they're traveling, returning, coming back from 4th of July gatherings. So again, mask covering, face coverings, distancing, good personal hygiene is the message that we want to get out, regardless of who or where you're gathering, if that's what's going to end up happening. A series of other executive orders, a little bit of a slowdown, but executive orders are a little bit more thorough, have some more depth to them, allowing malls to reopen under certain filtration guidelines. And then bars and restaurants can only serve alcohol with food purchase. That was, as of recent, has created some stir among the entertainment districts and entertainment areas about what that means and how they navigate that. Had a lot of questions. Again, environmental health doing a great job in terms of being able to be public facing, working with businesses, answering questions, working on enforcement, and so on and so forth. County operations, back about 2 weeks ago, had a discussion about what we've learned to date, how to proceed. It's a good conversation. We had everybody that's been participating in the EOC on a Zoom call, and just talked for about 2 hours about how things have been going and where we're going and what are our next steps. We're meeting regularly with local superintendents. As you know, the 13th, I believe the K through 12 criteria came out and guidance came out with a slide on that. We'll talk a little bit out, and constant conversations with higher ed about their reopening and activation plans. Cornell, IC, TC3, more so than before. Every day, probably Frank and some folks and Amy are on the phone or meeting regularly with higher ed about how they navigate and deal with the changes that come up. Again, also, as Cornell announced their reopening, they've probably been more in the spotlight with more town halls, frequent town halls. I know they've done several of them with some of your requests. Several of them we've been participating in, primarily Frank. A lot of good questions, a lot of viewership as well. So that's positive. Unfortunate news is we did have our first nursing home patient positive as of yesterday, and we're working with that facility and our partners at the Department of Health with the state on that case. Here is just a little bit of a slide that you've seen in the past, tracking our hours. Emergency leave is not really relevant anymore as it ended at about almost a month ago now. And then we have related expenses. I know Amy and folks at the EOC are working on a partial after action report that'll be submitted shortly to FEMA. And then we'll be working on our first FEMA submission to see what happens with reimbursement through FEMA for some of our expenses that are reimbursable. K through 12 came out with guidance and reopening, much awaited, very little time to put things together. The guidance came out on the 13th, and on the 31st, all school districts have that plan submitted to New York State. And the state will be making determinations by region if they can reopen their schools by the end of the first week in August. We had Dr. Madsen and Dr. Brown on a town hall last week to answer questions. It was a really good town hall, a lot of interested parties viewing it. A lot of folks viewed it afterwards. Both gentlemen did a great job. I think Mike Lane, you were part of that town hall as well. It was a well-attended, and I thought some really great questions about some of the challenges and some of the actions they're trying to put in place, which has been good. Two things to understand: the districts can reopen by region if they're in phase 4 and they remain at 5% or below a 5% infection rate, daily infection rate on a 14-day rolling average. And then schools will close regionally if the infection rate increases or rises above 9%. So two things to understand is both of those percentages are well above what we're seeing now in terms of daily infection rate. So it's assuming a higher prevalence of the disease in the community just in general. Right now, you're about at a 1.9% prevalence rate. Just something that people have to understand and probably come a little bit more comfortable with as they're having higher thresholds for reopening and a little higher threshold for closing. That said, plan submitted by the state basically shows that folks can, school districts can close, school districts can close regionally. They can close also district-wise or an individual building-wise. So that is also a note to take, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll close by region, but could close by district or even building. This is an update on travel advisory. Let me just ask Frank, do you have anything to add to the school district numbers?
No, I think you covered it. There's just been a few questions about closing, and those numbers that you put out there are regional. But what you were alluding to is that if there is a cluster of cases in a classroom or a building, we would work with the local school district to make determinations on what would be appropriate related to closing a classroom, a school, or potentially a whole district, independent of those measures. So I want folks to know that that isn't the only reason that a school or classroom or building might close.
Thanks, Frank. So today, I think 10 new states were added to the travel advisory. 1 was removed. So it brings it up to 31 states as of today on travel advisory, which means those restricted states, folks that are traveling to them or from them that spend a certain amount of time in those states have to quarantine upon return to New York State. This, is posing a challenge as we discussed earlier for general travel. It also creates a sense of heightened awareness for our own employees as this is vacation time and a lot of folks are traveling, within a drive's distance a lot of times. So we actually have a policy internally that we've distributed as some directives about for employees that if they do come back from these states, they have to quarantine, being able to set up remote work options, those types of things. So we just will be sending out a reminder to folks tomorrow on that, staff-wise, just to keep them aware of it as more states are added to the travel advisory. And this obviously is impacting travel, whether it's air travel or any other travel. And probably will continue to stay that way for a little while until things get under control. So, and as you know, it has changed higher ed's approach, needing to try to find support for quarantining those students returning from different states. I think the college had announced several days ago their interest of basically not inviting those students back until a state is taken off the travel advisory list. So this is something that higher ed is dealing with and is changing. Obviously, as today, it just increased by 1/3. Frank, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would just share the icon, the travel icon on the left. Dominic and the PIO team, they've been working to develop these infographics with some very clear, concise language to them that allows us to get out very broadly, particularly through social media. So kudos to Dominic and his team for continuing to find ways for us to get the word out there quickly and effectively.
Thank you. So Frank, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Jason?
Yes.
Before you move on, may I ask a question?
Yes.
That quarantine by the lovely suitcase, so that is a 14-day quarantine. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Frank, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Great, thanks, Jason. And so this is our second update on demographics. Unfortunately, since the last time we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, we have had a spike in cases. So we're now reporting on a total of 202 cases. And while that is a large number, remember back when we reported in May, I think it was, we were at 133. So it is a larger number, but it's still not a huge sample size for us to draw too many conclusions from. But we want to share it with you and at least point to what we feel like it's telling us. So the first slide that you see here is the age distribution. So you'll see the blue is our total population, so the census data, and the orangish color are our positive cases in those range. Those red numbers that you see there, that is what the percentage was when we were at 133. So it gives you a little comparison point for how things have moved since the last time we reported this. And as you can see, it hasn't changed much. There's a couple of percentage points in some of the age range, a little bit of shifting from the younger age range into the older age range. But again, very small numbers, very small changes in percentage. So we're pretty much traveling along the same path as far as distribution in our community.
Frank, the only other thing I would add is that this is still a sample size, still a sample of what 202 cases. So it's still difficult to draw conclusions from this data.
Yep, absolutely. This is our race slide. Same idea, the census data compared to our total cases. The red numbers are where we were. Again, only small changes that you can see in the percentages, and they do fairly align with the general population distribution for the county. Same following along for ethnicity, same theme, very similar, not a lot of change from the last time we reported. This is our municipality map. Jason is fine to point out now that the village of Dryden has passed Trumansburg, so he's taking credit for the lowest case in a municipality. But here we are, the distribution, again, it aligns with the population density. There's really nothing here that jumps out at us as far as what we wouldn't expect as a distribution. And again, it's important to point out that all of our municipalities are impacted. And so all of us need to be following the guidance and taking the precautions. So this is a new slide, which we wanted to share because we get a lot of questions about point of exposure. And so this slide is for positive cases that were exposed to another known positive. So the blue column is yes, which means we identified that this person was a contact to a known positive, and the orange is no, that there was some other mechanism or we were unable to determine. So I think what you see is back in March, we had a lot of community spread, meaning person to person, happening here locally. And as we progressed, obviously our cases went down. It's important to point out in June, for the whole month, we had 9 cases, right? So June was a really good month for us. Now here in July, as we've seen our spike go up, you can see that our cases are not necessarily related. The majority of them are not related to a known positive. And that is accounted for mainly through travel. As we've talked about, there's been a majority of our cases have been individuals that have traveled outside of the county and then upon return tested positive. So this kind of paints a little bit of a picture about where our exposures are coming from. And I think if you follow the trend, obviously back in March when we were at our peak, we expected that folks would be getting things, we would be getting connections to known cases. As our cases have diminished due to all of the steps our community has taken, things kind of flattened out. And there was less disease in the community. And now as we've seen a spike, it's the disease coming in through travel from other places. So not an unsurprising trend or story being told on this slide. And so this is the slide that is very specific to travel. So the blue was yes, it was related to travel. The orange is no. So it essentially tells the same story back in March. Much of it was not related to travel. It was acquired here locally. And that has kind of progressed. And then again, June, we had little disease in the community. And as our spike has occurred in the last week or so, more than half of the cases were related to travel outside of the county.
So that's the update we have for COVID right now. I can say that the activities picked up quite a bit, and I know Amy and Frank and Dominic are back to the EOC on a full-time basis as well as Jay, as they were we were all starting to dissipate a little bit, going back to some of our other duties and functions. That's changed just with the increased activity over the past week and a half, and probably suspect it'll stay that way for a little bit longer until we understand where things are going.
All right. Thank you also very much for that. And thanks for even more detail on the demographics and where things are positives are being related to. A number of people with questions, starting with Mike Lane.
I guess this is for Frank. The travel forms that airline travelers and other people have to submit. I know that the airlines are going to the health department. Are the other ones going to the health department? And then what happens to them once you receive them?
So right now, the airlines are the only place that I'm aware of that we're getting forms from. If somebody was to go on the state's website and report those electronically, those are going to the State Department of Health. What is happening from a form perspective at the airport, Mike Hall and his team were gracious enough to provide a Dropbox that is secure there for folks to put the forms in. I should be clear that the state health department, when they implemented those forms, they did put staff in airports that had direct flights from the affected states. Ours did not fit that category. And so there is no staffing from the New York State Department of Health at our airport. So in conjunction with Mike Hall and his team, we did get a box set up so folks could put those forms in it. Our staff is now going each day to pick up those forms. What we do is if there is enough information, mainly contact information for the individuals, a phone number or an email address, those are getting into the state's ComCare system, which is the new investigation and tracing system that they developed. And we are actually using the state contact tracers to do that work. So we enter the information and we assign it to them, and they do the reach out to the individuals to establish quarantine. And that all is generally done electronically, meaning through email or over the phone. And then they're also doing the checks, which are most often done through text message, but can be done over the phone if that's preferred by the traveler. We have run into a lot of travelers that aren't giving enough information on the form, particularly contact information. So that is a challenge. And we are getting a lot of travelers that don't reside in Tompkins County. So those we are now sending to the regional DOH office to have them process those to the other counties for follow-up.
So if I came in on an intercity bus from one of these states, I'm supposed to file one of these forms. Am I supposed to do it electronically to the state? Is that the idea?
That is really the only option. I don't know that anyone is enforcing that. The airports are the only place that the state has placed a priority enough to put staffing. As far as any other mode of transportation, there is no requirement to fill out the form, i.e. there's nobody there expecting you to do it. But if folks want to, and we would encourage them to, they can fill it out electronically on the state's website.
Thank you.
All right, I'm just gonna look at the board, starting at the top. I'll go down. Henry Granison.
Thank you, Frank, for that presentation. I was wondering, A, does CMC have all 7 of the machines working, and Is a turnaround time 24 hours now?
That is a good question, Henry. I don't know that I can say all 7 machines are. I would assume that they are. Their turnarounds are sometimes same day, but most times next day at this point.
Okay. Also, are you going to, well, I assume Cornell is going to be doing surveillance testing. Are you going to separate out the numbers of people who are asymptomatic and test positive versus people who are symptomatic and test positive?
We are still having conversations about how best to present the data. We absolutely recognize that if Cornell begins doing regular surveillance testing, just the sheer volume of that would mask what is happening from a community perspective. And so there will be some separation of that. We're still in the planning phases on how to do that most effectively.
Okay, I'll pass.
Thank you. Anna Kellis?
I realize that may have partly answered one of my questions, which is there, the press release that went out about the spike in cases from July 4th noted that it was primarily, as you mentioned, from a July 4th party of local residents, as well as travel by local residents. There is continued concern about an influx of positive cases with the students. I'm assuming of the 202 cases, we cannot, or we don't have information to divide how many were students versus non-students, or Cornell, or university and college campuses versus none.
Yeah, at this point, most of the testing that has occurred is for people that are community members, whether they're connected to a higher ed or not. They've been here. They're not new to the community. What I would say from the data and what we know, this is not a student problem to date. What we are dealing with is related to our community and community members. So while we're planning for an influx of students as reopening begins to occur, right now we should take what we know about our cases, that it is community behavior and not student behavior.
And that brings up another question. Cornell will be testing for their on-campus students. And I thought it was worthwhile. I know there's been some things written about it. It's been in town halls, but to mention here, the protocol for the students who are off campus for testing.
So Cornell's testing protocol applies to all students, regardless of whether they live on campus or not.
And they will be tested on campus?
There's planning that still has to occur to finalize that. I would imagine the bulk of the testing will be done on campus, but it will also be a partnership with CMC that may use the mall drive-through site as well, particularly for those individuals that are arriving back by car for that first test. It makes more sense for them to go straight to the drive-through to get tested versus doing some sort of walkthrough opportunity on campus.
And do we have a plan to distinguish then for those cases once they come in?
Yes, that was the question Henry was asking. If it's surveillance testing related to higher ed, we are going to try to figure out a way to present that. I do know Cornell is very interested in presenting their data about their population. What we're trying to do is just make sure that however we do this, it's clear to the community what we're doing. And the county has taken it upon ourselves to want to present the totality of testing throughout. And so we're going to want to continue to do that. The question is, how do we then parse out the surveillance testing versus community-based testing?
Just one last question about quarantining or isolation for positive cases for campuses. I've heard they're using hotels. Are they also using any of the on-campus facilities?
Yes, their plans, as I understand it, would be for positive cases. Their first location would be one on campus. Obviously, if those resources get exceeded, they would have to move beyond that. But the initial plan, because it's easier for the higher ed institution to provide wraparound services if the students are close on campus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Martha?
Thank you. Appreciate this report, Frank and Jason. I'm going to ask to see a couple of slides again, if you can go back to sharing your screen.
Sure. While they pull up the screen, if your question has already been answered, please, we have a long night ahead of us. Please don't ask it again.
Yeah, a couple of questions while they work on the screen. First, Frank, you talked about travel outside the county. Outside the county or outside the state when you're identifying travel?
It's outside the county, and much of it is fairly far outside the county, but still in New York. The problem is if we start to distinguish any more where the travel is from, it gets down into very small numbers to different places, and we have worries about the privacy again. But I can tell you it's evolved. Earlier in this pandemic, it was within New York State. Obviously, as things were raging in the metro New York City area, it has begun to shift with people and summer travel outside of the state.
Okay, and would you go back to that map? A couple slides. There you go. So what's the difference between the green and the gray?
So the green are the 3-state region that agreed to do the quarantining from the other states.
Okay. So the gray are states where we don't have to quarantine at the moment.
For this week.
Okay. And could you go to the ethnicity slide for this week? Could you go to the ethnicity slide? Okay, so it is certainly true that the numbers are maybe just unreliable. It does look though like the Hispanic, the numbers are so small, maybe it's just maybe not valid, but it still bears attention that the Hispanic cases appear to be twice the percentage as in the population. True, I mean, those are the numbers. Do you feel that it's just too small a number sample size to?
Yeah, I would caution with an N of 202, drawing any real conclusions from that is probably not great. I would say though that we know that minority populations are being disproportionately affected by COVID. We know that, kind of holistically. And so we're aware of that, and it is part of our planning as we address the disease.
Okay, and just finally, is there any second site for community members? Are we still just at the mall? Was there any site downtown?
So right now, no, it is still just the mall. There are other smaller opportunities. I believe the Well Now is still doing some testing, but as far as actual large scale opportunity, the CMC site at the mall is the option here in the county.
Thanks very much.
Shauna?
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask if there's a link to the Department of Health form on our website.
Yes, I'm getting nods for yes.
Okay, great. Also, has there been communication to the students that are coming back that they need to fill out the form?
I don't know if that specifically has been communicated, but I do know that all the higher eds have communicated to their students about New York State's requirement. Cornell, I know, is working on their own form to gather information from the returning students. So they would have access to that as well. But I can certainly check in and make sure that if that's a useful tool for higher ed, that we make sure that that's available to students.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, especially I think many of us received the Philip Rumsey notification that anyone entering in from these states should be notifying their municipality. And, we need to try and do this as much as possible. If it's a matter of sending, Cornell or, well, I guess IC is not receiving students, from the states, but if it's a matter of TC3 or Cornell receiving students from these states, they should be filling out the paperwork.
Sure. And Shauna, I would just point out that our planning to date has been, we need to have probably more than just that form as far as a process related to the students. So I don't want folks to misinterpret us not having sent the form out, where I think we're actually doing something more robust.
Okay.
To capture those students.
Okay. And then also, I just want to make sure that we're reiterating, whenever anyone goes for a negative or for a COVID test, even if it comes back negative after 24 hours, if you're coming from one of these banned states, you are still to be quarantined for the 14 days.
Yes, that's a really good point, Shauna. And so the important thing about quarantine, Leslin asked the question about our infographic, did it mean 14 days? Quarantine is always 14 days. And that is if you've been exposed and you are asymptomatic and we are quarantining you, it is always for 14 days and you cannot test out of quarantine, right? Testing only tells you in that moment whether you're positive or negative. The quarantine is about the incubation period of the disease, which can take up to 14 days. So you could test negative on day 10 and still potentially become positive on day 14. So the quarantine is about incubation period. You can't test out of it.
That's great. Thank you for clarifying.
So that certainly is a message, Frank and Dom, Jason, that we need to keep pushing again, because I think people do kind of what Sean is talking about. I test, I'm negative, and so I'm done quarantining. So we need to push that must happen 14-day. It's the period where the disease shows up. So I think it's really important for that messaging as well. And Corman.
Thank you, Leslin, and thank you, Frank and Jason, for the presentation. Did we get this presentation, or we just find it on the health department side?
We can send it to you after this meeting, and then we'll also send you the link. We usually connect it to the longer one, which is growing in size, that we do every legislative meeting. So we can send it out to everybody. Not a problem.
Okay. Thank you. I know you've probably told me before where it is. So I appreciate your patience. So I'll have a couple of things. I'll start with what people were already talking about as far as the quarantine, as getting the information out to people who are coming in by the road or boat. And I think this has been brought up before. I know Martha has mentioned it a couple of times. Like, I would just like this to be on somebody's radar that or to explain to me what we are doing to help get out the word to those people. Like, is that at the visitor center? Is it highlighted on our visitor center, on the website, the Visit Ithaca site? Is it at the visitor centers? Is there a form or a little card sitting there, information at the hotels when people check in, or Airbnb? So just wondering what we're doing to capture those people.
I don't know the full answer to that question, and I know obviously we're putting out a lot of information about the need to quarantine. It has been the priority messaging that the PIO group has been working on for the last probably 10 to 14 days. As far as is there information in the visitor center and those places, I don't know. Those are certainly good ideas, and I'm sure we can reach out to our partners to help make that a reality.
Okay, thank you. And hotels, when people are checking in, here's a flyer, or they have a sign, or just trying to capture as many people as we can so they know about the quarantine and register for that. So the next question was about, so the students, I'm hearing for Cornell that the students are going to get tested every week. Is that also the same for Ithaca College students? And what about staff for either of those colleges?
So I don't believe Ithaca College has finalized their testing plan. They do expect to test people, students upon their return. And they are interested in ongoing surveillance testing. As you can imagine, that is a costly endeavor. And so they are trying to determine what is a reasonable course for doing that ongoing surveillance testing. I'm sorry, there was another part to that question, Ann, and I.
As far as staff?
Yes. So there is testing, particularly at Cornell. They're going to be testing faculty and staff as well. They also have developed an online process for them to attest each day whether or not they have they meet any of the screening questions, and that is being monitored, and those folks are then directed based off of their responses to that. So yes, they have a robust plan for both faculty, staff, and students.
Okay, great. And I'm seeing in the chat that another suggestion that Martha had about highway signs, and that looks like that's in the works. So that's good. I'm glad to hear that. And then the last thing I just wanted to just make a quick statement that we've had some letters and comments from members of the public who are very concerned about people who are students at the colleges coming back. And the more I think about it and the more I listen and have conversations about it, I mean, what strikes me, and Mike Sigler referenced this at a meeting a couple weeks ago, and it really struck me as these are people that these are adults that live here. Most of them are I would consider current residents, and they went away for a few months, and so they're coming back. And so for me, it's partly a human rights issue of I would have to have a really good reason, that it's dangerous here, but we're doing very well here. So if our house isn't on, if our house is on fire, I would say, yeah, nobody else come in. We're trying to get out, but we're doing really well here. And so I really, think that so far what I'm hearing, at least from Cornell, is that they have really good plans in place. These are adults that we want to, we're always trying to get them to fill out the census. These are people, these are our constituents, these residents. And so I really just want people to think about that when we talk about not allowing them to come back in. I think it should always be, and that's what I've heard from everybody here, is that how to make it as safe as possible versus not let them in. So thank you for also taking that same attitude.
Thank you, Annie. Henry, I think you have the last word.
Yes, thank you. And Frank, I want to know, in terms of the distribution of the viruses, how does a 20 to 29-year-old breakdown compare with national or state testing? Because I had a question before where people said, "Oh, that seems larger than what it should be." I just wanted to check with you to sort of see what the other demographic information is.
Yeah, it's a good question, Henry. The challenge is it depends on when you compare it, right? So if you compare it to some of the places that are having outbreaks now around the country, there are more younger people that are testing positive. If you compared it to New York City in the throes of everything, it would be different. The more older people would have been more. So it kind of depends on where you compare it to. I think really what we're trying to demonstrate with that is that, across our population, nobody is immune, right? It doesn't matter your race, ethnicity, age, where you live. Our data says everyone has risk. And because of that, we need to follow guidance and take precautions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, Jason, Dom, Amy, everyone else at the EOC. You know, I do want our community to recognize that the very hard work that you all did in immediate responding to this virus when word came out, taking some serious leadership is what, and, you know, getting the word out to community and our community cooperating is what has us in the place where we are and where we did not see such incredible spikes as we were seeing all around us, and to the point that we were able to help our neighbors as well. So I do want our community to also not only recognize that, but know that we are going to continue to do everything in our power to minimize spread of this disease in our community. And we can only do so much. We hope the community will join us as well so that we stay as flat as we can be on this curve. So again, thank you all. There's some amount of trust and some amount of confidence that we have to place in the work you've been doing, but also in our community taking some ownership. So again, thank you very, very much. It was great work. Goodness knows I wasn't directly on the front line, but I know how much it was, even my peripheral role with all of it. So thank you again, and let's continue to do what we're doing to keep our community as safe as we can. All of us practicing the right things. It's 7:37. We have another big report coming up on budget. We are going to take a break. Everybody refresh and come back ready to go. Let's come back at what, Kathy? 7:50? What am I looking at?
It's 7:37.
Let's come back at 7:50. Okay? Let me see you and know that you're here so that we can resume, that I have a quorum. I have 1, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you, we're back in session. Let's continue with our agenda. Jason, I know you have a budget presentation. I'm wondering if we should do it now or if we should wait for a budget committee report. Because there's a resolution that goes with it.
I can do either. It's up to you. It's up to you, Leslin, and the legislature.
What's your desire, legislature? Another report right now? Because that's a very important one. No, Deborah says no.
No, let's do it with the
With the committee report?
With the committee report and the relevant resolutions. And let's give Jason a break and
I will yield to my elder. Thank you, Deborah.
Oh, you're welcome, dear.
Okay. Well, we still have others. County Attorney?
Sure. I don't have a lot to report. Court is getting back to pretty much normal. We do most appearances by Skype for Business, which is pretty equivalent to Zoom. They're starting to have in-person appearances more and more each day. Interestingly, I thought that after court being closed, we might have a big backlog when it opened, but that really hasn't happened. It's really kind of gone as it was before, but basically the only difference being more appearances by Skype than in person. And that's all I have. I mean, obviously, you've heard enough about COVID for the day.
All right, Jonathan, I see Deborah's hand up.
Yeah, I know that we're all sick of hearing about COVID, but Jonathan, I think it would be really helpful to all of us and to whatever constituents might be listening, if you would just reiterate what you explained to us about what the county can and can't do vis-a-vis the university and the colleges.
Sure. Well, I mean, the question had come up mostly from community members as to whether the county legislature would have the power to basically tell the colleges that the students can't return. And in my opinion, the county legislature doesn't have that power.
Does not
have that power. The only real power in those terms that a county would typically have is that the executive, the chief executive, which in our case is the county administrator, can declare an emergency in certain circumstances under the executive law. However, under the current orders by the executive orders by the governor, any such order related to COVID-19 would need to be approved by the State Department of Health. And even if the county administrator was inclined to do that, I think it unlikely that the State Department of Health would agree to that because it's inconsistent with the governor's order. And as you probably all know, higher education is included in phase 4, which we are in, and higher education is allowed to open. And as you also probably know, some of Cornell, at least, is a state institution. And, the state wants to have a state institution be open. The county would certainly couldn't tell it that it can be. I think that's not within our legal power. However, I think it's really important that we have worked very well with the colleges to ensure the safety of the community. And let's face it, sooner or later, the colleges are going to open and students are going to come back. And the important thing is that we work with the colleges to make sure that the community is safe through testing and isolation when necessary, and quarantine when necessary, and making sure students are tested and that the community and the county health department in particular and county administration is involved. And all that is going on, and it's good to keep that going. And that, I think, is the best way to ensure the safety of community, putting aside the legal issue that we really don't have the authority to tell the universities or the colleges that they can't bring back students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Martha?
Yeah, thanks. And similarly, I would hope you could reiterate your answer to the question about gatherings and setting smaller sizes. You had
Sure.
right now gatherings of less than 50 or up to 50 are allowed. And if we have if we end up with a big problem, is there any way we could exert, a lower limit?
Sure. So under the executive order, if a community is in phase 4, because it's different for different phases, if a community is in phase 4 like we are, then one could have gatherings of up to 50 people. That includes both on private land and publicly. It doesn't matter where it is. So that is the executive order. If we wanted that to be changed, or we thought that there was a compelling reason to have less, again, the county executive, which in this case is the county administrator, who's the chief executive, could ask the State Department of Health for a lower number. Of course, I think they'd only be inclined to grant that if there was a good reason why our number should be different from any other number. And I think we'd have to have some experience to show that we've had some sort of problem or something. Otherwise, I don't know why they would consider us to be different than other communities in phase 4.
I guess the question is, if the community is worried about college student parties, I mean, if this is an option that is something that we could take in action, that would be good to know. Of course, the governor has said that it's up to local authorities to enforce those limits.
Right.
That's
and it's sort of an important point that the county has very significant enforcement authority, right? So, for example, if we were not in phase 4 and a college went to open in phase 3, we would have the authority, both the sheriff as well as the health department, to say, no, you can't do that. We have very strong enforcement authority. What we don't have authority is to create our own rules, basically.
We could ask if we wanted to.
Right, we can ask, the chief executive can ask, and it would need to be approved by the State Department of Health. And again, I think we would want to have a good basis for asking, and that may happen in the future, it may be that case.
Thank you.
All right, Anna.
Jonathan, I had someone text me that the feed on YouTube, the sound keeps going in and out. And unfortunately, it went out right when you were answering the question of of whether or not we can legally intervene as a county. In a few sentences, could you just summarize what you said?
We can legally intervene in what, Anna?
Legally intervene in the reopening by Cornell of their campus or of any local colleges or universities.
Yeah, what I was saying is that I don't believe that the county legislature has any authority to do that. I explained that under the executive law, the chief executive, who in our case is the county administrator, could, in the case of a public emergency, perhaps do that. But under the current executive orders, we would need permission from the State Department of Health to do that, which I don't think they give because it would be rather inconsistent with the governor's executive order.
And the reopening of phase 4, which included universities and education and higher education.
It includes higher education is the term used.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jonathan. Anything else? All right.
Thank you.
Another bringer of sunshine, Rick Schneider, where are you?
I will bring you sunshine tonight.
Bringing the sunshine.
I sent you your sales tax report in an email about an hour before the meeting. So if you have that email, you might want to refer to that. I'll be doing that last tonight. I have a couple other sundry items here I wanted to go over quickly first. I want to let you know that our first draft of the financial statements is still not received from the auditors. We anticipated it today, and I am promised to have a first draft to begin review the 2019 financial report from the auditors tomorrow. So we're hoping to get that tomorrow. I and my staff will be reviewing that, making corrections and revisions to it over the next couple of weeks. But that still keeps us on track for two important meetings coming up with the legislature. That is your August 19th special budget committee meeting at 3 p.m. Where at that meeting, the auditors will be making their presentation. And I'm planning for the September 1st legislature meeting, my report to the legislature on the 2019 finances. So stay tuned for that. We also finished the airports FAA reports that are, it's another financial statement that's submitted directly to the FAA. Roxanne Noble and I had worked together on that for the last month, and that was submitted last week through the FAA electronic financial system. We finished 2019's rollover, so the departments will know what rollover funds they have attributable to the 2019 balances rolling forward into 2020. And we also received the $3 million today for the airport project bands Series C. That took us approximately 5 months as we began work on that financing. And I had been working on that a lot during the last 60 days. And so I just want to let you know that the funds were received in our account today, $3 million. And that's the good news. Now we'll look at sales tax, which I left for last. If you are looking at the sales tax distribution summary that I sent for June, you can see
Share
that
screen.
I don't have that available on the screen. The portion of sales tax distributions for June was down 33.1%. 33.1%. And that was just for June. If you look at the end of June, the year-to-date tax distributions for the county's portion total $15,728,934 compared to $18,585,971 in 2019. So that's looking at the year-over-year difference. The decrease of the year-over-year is a minus $2,857,037 year-over-year, or a negative 15.37%. So how does that translate with one good quarter, the first quarter, and one very bad quarter? Well, right up to the end of June, that means we're down 15.37%. If you're looking at the second spreadsheet that I always provide for just the second quarter, you can see that looking at distribution for the second quarter, that was down 31.64% compared to the second quarter for last year. I went back and looked. I always give you the historical sheet that shows all the quarters going back to 1997. I had to go back to 2006 to find a second quarter that was this low. So that's where we ended up for the second quarter for this year in sales tax. And I'll take questions on any of those items.
Thank you, Rick. Finance Director. Questions for Rick. Henry Granison.
Yes, Rick, Jason, I always ask. Well, your prediction was for the month of June/May. What was your prediction and how much were you off?
So our projection was not as bad than what came in June. I think Rick said it was about 31%, a decrease over 2019. I think we had it at the mid to low 20s. I can pull it up if you hold on for a second as I'm talking. So our projections overall come out to be, for the past several months, a little bit worse than what we originally projected. The actuals are a little bit worse than what we originally projected. So right now, you know, it looks like, I mean, that's basically the gist of it. So if I look back at the first 2 months that we did projections, both in April and May, our projection, the actuals came in a little bit better than what we projected, and this month made up for any difference that we had. So we're still in a not a great position. We're looking at a possible, for the mild scenario, around a 15% decrease compared to 2019, and the severe scenario is upwards of 18%. 18% lower than 2019. Now, you know, this is a month by month comparison. So any month or series of months that could change based on whatever happens around us, you know, your guess is as good as mine. But so far, I think our projections are within reason of actual, but we're still a bad scenario. As Rick said, I think this is the worst. Said the worst month since 2006, or the worst quarter since 2006?
Worst second quarter since 2006.
So that's not a encouraging sign.
When did we go into phase 2 in terms of the state?
We went into phase 2 around the 2nd or 3rd week of May.
And this includes that time?
Yes.
Yes. So interestingly, this quarter, this month's payment takes into account some reconciliation of the prior quarter. Every several months they do reconciliation. So our numbers were lower than most states, or most counties this month. And I did speak to Dave Lucas about this specifically at NYSAC, because I think we were actually the lowest county outside of New York.
Except for New York City, yeah.
We had the lowest sales tax returns for June, and I called Dave Lucas. I had a nice long, good conversation with Dave Lucas from NYSAC. And if you know Dave, he's really bright, really smart, knows his stuff. And I said, Dave, please tell me that while some counties actually grew this month. And I said, Dave, tell me that's going to be us next month. And he said, no. He said they actually think that they're pretty accurate, and that these were corrections that the other counties had. And that's why they had an increase for this month. So that didn't make me feel any better, but nonetheless, we did do some follow-up to see. He says he thinks, and he talks to the state and finance people, taxation and finance people, they feel that they're accurate in terms of corrections right now, which says, if anything, we're consistent. I don't know what would be in a better position. A lot of these counties had growth in June, which isn't consistent, I don't think, with actual receipts or sales. So, if anything, we're consistent. It's not, it's consistently bad, but at least it's consistent. We'll see what happens at the beginning of August with July. We'll go from there.
I assume that you expect things to get better with Cornell starting and being in phase 4 for the entire time.
So that's an interesting question, and not without getting in too much. And I think there are several things to think about. One, sales tax is going to be volatile for a while until there's some stabilization in the entire country in general. Obviously, if students come back in the fall, I think it will help stabilize your sales tax. If it doesn't, it will create an interesting dynamic that we've never experienced before. And I don't think it'll be positive. I think it'll have a negative impact on sales tax, and definitely prolong the economic recovery in our region, or at least in our county. So there's that element of things which is unknown. Another thing that may end up impacting us negatively is the change in the unemployment benefit that expires at the end of the month. There's a lot of buying power that will be lost in that, and there may be a second lull or a secondary slowdown in the economy that might represent that. And I think that'll be nationwide. So those are factors that we don't know how to manage or balance right now, because we never had it. So I think that we'll see how you won't know the impact of the latter until probably September. but we'll see how August fares. August will actually mean June sales. June was, as you saw, a low prevalence month for in terms of prevalence of the disease in the community. There seemed to be, reopening was moving forward at a greater pace. That would suggest that people were probably doing more in terms of retail purchasing, in-store purchasing. People probably starting to come out of the shutdown. So you might see some, I don't know if you'll see growth over 2019 for June, or for the numbers we get in August, which will be June, but you might see a more positive number. The difference may not be as much. See.
Good, I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Henry. Martha? You're muted.
My question is about the time lag, Rick. So June, remind us, the county's portion of sales tax for June was down 33%. That was actually May's sales?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And so Jason, you said the reopening was, phase 4 was in June?
He said phase 2. Phase 4 was in June, yes.
So, okay, so these were May's figures. So we were at that point in phase 2?
You're still partially shut down in May for May's.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like I said, in August, you'll get July's numbers, which were for June's actuals. You might see, I think within the first or second week of, I think June 9th or 7th or 8th was actually the reopening of phase 4. So you might see some change. It may not be as low as less of a comparable to 2019.
Okay, so this might not be as horrible as it sounds if this was actually shut down data. Okay, thank you.
Deborah?
Yes, thank you. Rick, do we have any feel for how our MRT revenues are going?
I do at the end of April and at the end of October is when the county clerk does her biennial reports. And I usually bring those figures to the legislature then. But from what I've heard from Maureen, and just in passing, is that it really hasn't affected too badly the MRT revenues coming in. In other words, there's been a lot of refinancings and a lot of financings, a lot of refinancings, and we haven't seen a drastic reduction in mortgage recording tax.
For the public, can you explain MRT?
Sure. Mortgage recording tax, when you get a mortgage or you refinance, you have to pay a 1.25%, is that right, Rick, or 1.5% on what you're financing.
Yeah, it's like paying an additional point, when you're looking at points on your mortgage, and the state gets a piece of the mortgage recording tax, and then we voted in a local option where we also add things like 0.25% or 0.5%, and that portion is then further allocated. We have a piece of it that directly goes to TCAT, and then there's a piece that the county keeps. But out of all of that, our mortgage recording tax revenue is not down that badly at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rick. Is there anything else?
I've got one new revenue source that came in. The legislature passed, effective March 1st, a paper bag reduction fee. We're one of just 4 or 5 counties across the whole state that has done that. We got our first monies from that. It was actually included and in with our sales tax revenue, and there was $6,000 that was off from what we were anticipating. And after about a day of working back and forth with the state, we found out that we're now getting our first check, $6,000. I'm not sure if that's 1 month or 1 quarter, but we'll take it. But we got our first check for paper bag reduction fee. And like I said, it was mixed in with our sales tax. And so now we're waiting from the state to tell us how they want us to record that revenue, because they haven't even set up a revenue account number for that yet, but they sent us the money anyway. So that's going to be a recurring stream of revenue that's used by the Recycling Materials Management Department to provide training and education and actual reusable bags to low-income families. And so we got our first revenue coming in for that.
But
Thank you, Rick.
I thought that wasn't being enforced yet. Deborah?
Okay, Rick, thank you for that. Thank you for those of you who got your questions answered and put your hands down. It's 8:15 and we've got to move on. Anything else from you, Rick? Thanks for the good news.
That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. We're going to move on to standing committee reports, starting with the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you, Leslyn. So tomorrow we are meeting, and on our agenda is a continued discussion on a topic from the Ithaca Asian American Association on some harassment and assaults against that community. So if people want to tune in, and that was started our last meetings, so you can look that up on our YouTube channel. And we are going to be joined by the Ithaca, the Common Council community, or the Common Council Committee, the Workforce Diversity, I can't think of what.
City of Ithaca's Workforce Diversity Advisory Committee.
Yeah, we're going to be joined by them, and also some members of the Ithaca Asian American Association. Thank you. And then also Amy's Hendricks is going to help do a report on the JEDI team, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion team. I know there's been some questions about that. So please, again, you can tune in and hear more about that. It's and then also she's going to help report on our organizational values and update on that. And that's it. Was there anything else I missed, Henry?
No, you did not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Questions for Ann? Tune in tomorrow, 3:30, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Thank you. Tiger Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Leslyn, and welcome to Mike and Henry as new members. We have not met since the last legislature meeting. Our next committee meeting is August 5th, Wednesday at 11:30. Sarah Clark, who is a regional representative of Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, will be joining us. And I've also asked Barbara Lifton, Assemblywoman. I have not heard back yet whether Barbara can join us. But couple things have happened in between. I want to thank Deborah for working. We had the call for resolutions to NISAC standing committees, and Deborah put together a great one on car dealerships in New York that sell electric vehicles. And that's right now limited by law how many car dealerships can sell EVs, and it was a good resolution to push back on that. And thanks to Lisa Holmes for information on civil service. I put together a resolution for reform to propose reforms in the civil service system to better improve workforce diversity options in local governments. And with the state, the Climate Action Council that's related to the CLCPA, we've been waiting to hear about the appointments to the advisory panels. I had a phone call, Alex Lamont from NISAC got a phone call with Jessica Scott on the second floor today, and we talked about the absolute necessity for local governments, that is counties, to be on those advisory panels. And we were assured she heard us, but no commitments. And finally, NACO, I think everybody got invitations to sign up for committees of NACO, the National Association of Counties. And I found out today that I was appointed to the Environment Energy, and Land Use Committee as a vice chair of the Air Subcommittee. So I've got a bunch of attachments in my email to read on that, but so I'll be interested to see what that yields. So that's what's been going on, and we'll meet again on August 5th.
Thank you. Questions to Martha? All right, moving on. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Anna Callis, Chair.
Yes, we will be meeting this Thursday at 9:30 a.m. We have a report about our Southern Tier 8 membership. That is something that we were going to reevaluate after a few years, so that is happening. We also have put out a request that has been filled by Josh Friedman to reach out to all organizations that receive grant funding or have in the last year from the Strategic Tourism Planning Board, whether they did this year or not, and review their current financial situation. And the preliminary results of that will come to this meeting. I also have a small meeting or a small presentation from Liddy Barger and Kathy Schlother, a 30,000-foot view. I wanted the legislature to be aware of a continuum of care strategic planning process that is happening. It's better that we know sooner rather than later. That is a process, but I wanted us to be in the know in the early phases. And lastly, I have received word that this weekend, the Homes and Community Renewal RFP that went out for the 9% funding, and many of the people who are in the housing, our housing fund will know that this is the grant that we use that fund to increase the competitiveness of projects for affordable housing here locally. The RFP was cut by 60% this year, as were many other projects, which will significantly reduce the number of projects that will be funded across the state, will make it much more competitive. So I have asked that Johanna Anderson give us a presentation, brief presentation and discussion at the Thursday morning's meeting. So for anybody who's interested in that information, please by all means come join us.
Thank you, Anna. Questions? Okay, moving on. Complete Census Count Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
We have not met since our last legislature meeting. We do have a resolution tonight to appropriate from the contingent fund money for the advertising campaign that we plan to do. I spoke about this, I think, last time, that thanks to Dominic and Amy, they put together a budget. It's approximately $10,000. It's not the $130,000 we were hoping to get from New York State before they pulled the rug out from under us, but it's a start. It'll continue the pressure, particularly with students coming back, for them to complete the census and hopefully rectify any census misinformation that they went in as to where they lived for census purposes on April 1. Glad to answer any questions, and otherwise I'll move the resolution.
Questions? Sure. Go ahead, Mike.
Appropriation from contingent fund 2020 census advertisements, county administration, ID 9419, and I so move.
May I have a second? Seconded by Amanda Champion. Discussion? Roll call vote.
Anna Callis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you. That carries. Anything else, Mike?
No.
All right, thank you for your report. Downtown Facilities Committee, Dave McKenna, anything?
Downtown Facilities has not met, and I didn't get a chance to speak with Jason, so I don't know if we are having a meeting in August or not just yet.
All
Let
right,
everybody know.
we'll wait to hear from you. Thank you, Dave. We understand. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Leslin. The Public Safety Committee met last Thursday. We had a good discussion about coordination of police agencies in addressing the coronavirus and reopening and the influx of the students, how that would be handled if there are issues. We also talked about the governor's executive order 203 involving police reform, and our county administrator, Jason, walked through the process for getting a group together to start working on that. I'm happy to answer questions. I don't have any resolutions. The next meeting of the Public Safety Committee is August 20th at 3 o'clock. The one other thing I'd mention is our jail numbers continue to remain low. We're at about 30 inmates, which is historically low. New York State has begun taking prisoners rather than leaving them in the local jails. And so that's contributed a bit to that number.
Thank you, Rich. Questions for Rich? No? All right, moving on. Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
Thank you very much. We met yesterday and we did pass the resolution for the Office for the Aging earlier today. That was using some funding that they were unable to use last year, and they rolled it over for this year. So it was a budget adjustment. We also had, we were joined in our meeting by Sue Del Hall, who is the director of the Child Development Council here in Ithaca. And she gave us an update on daycare, childcare, and after school reopenings. We were also joined by Deputy Superintendent Lily Talcott from Ithaca City School District, who gave a brief update on the reopening of some of our public schools. It is now on YouTube, so if anyone's interested in looking at that meeting, they can do that. And let's see here. Again, just an announcement that we're looking for a Human Rights Commissioner. So if anyone's interested, feel free to look at our website and fill out an application. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Questions for Shauna? No, moving on. Thank you. Mike, you want to give your report for Facilities and Infrastructure Committee? Mike Lane, Chair.
Yes, we met on the 16th. The two highlights I'll mention. We heard from Aurel Lamaro talking about our buildings. We have 15 buildings, particularly the HVAC systems, because there had been a lot of questions out there triggered by the requirements for opening the private malls in New York State to have certain filtration systems in their air handling devices. And we were some of us were kind of wondering whether we had that with our buildings. And Aurel explained to us that, yes, all of our buildings have to have fresh air and has to be filtered. Not all of the systems, because some of them are old, can take some of the filtration of the highest level because it really restricts and overworks the HVAC systems themselves. But they are all filtered at this point. So he has that on his radar and is keeping track of that for us. The other thing we talked about a little bit was the airport and a project that we have requested funding from the FAA, and that is for the replacement of the fire station at the airport. That's nothing that's going to happen tomorrow. It would probably be 2 to 3 years away if we were able to get the funding. It would be mostly paid for by FAA and New York State if we got that. There's a need to replace the fire station and really change the location because the fire trucks basically have to exit the building onto the ramp where some of the airplanes are parked. And that's not a really good situation if there should be an emergency. So we just had an update on that. No action was taken. Let's answer any questions.
Questions to Mike? Thank you. Okay, no questions. We'll move on. All the resolutions were already taken care of. Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Leslyn. Government Operations has not met since the last Ledge meeting, but as Shauna mentioned earlier, Shauna and I both met with several of our lovely staff people to talk about public comment and how we can shift things to allow for somehow in-person public comment. We had a lot of good ideas. Shauna said we kind of came up with a way for folks to, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Shauna. Hopefully the people can contact the legislature, Kathy Covert, the clerk, ahead of time, register if they want to show up to a meeting, and then they can be let into a meeting. We're going to test this with some of the committees and see how it goes. As Shauna also said, definitely if anybody wants to send any comments, they can certainly send an email online, either to their individual legislator or to the clerk, and that will be shared. The next GEO meeting is August 6th, and the agenda is not set, but our subcommittee of Dan Klein, Rich John, and myself have continued to work on revising the rules of the legislature, and we did some of that at the last meeting with the full committee. We're going to kind of trying to figure out process, but we have more revisions that we want to bring back. We've also started working on the next rule, rule number 4. So we're kind of moving through. I'm not exactly sure what's going to come up on the agenda, if any of it, for discussion. There's also been a request by one of the committee members to bring up the ethics law, and I need to check in with Jonathan about having some discussion about that, potentially having a report. I'm just bringing this on Rich John about from the ethics board. So there's something possibly going to happen with that. There's also been a request to get an update from our Board of Elections. So nothing is set yet, but stay tuned. And again, that is on August 6th.
Thank you, Amanda.
Oh, I do have a resolution, I guess. And that is resolution H, appropriation from.
Amanda, can you hold on? I just want to see if anybody had any questions on your report.
Sorry.
Any questions? No, go ahead.
Okay, that is resolution H, appropriation from contingent fund terminal pay, information technology services, ID 9394. And I moved that.
Have a second, please. Second by Deb Dawson.
I don't think there's much to say about it.
All right. Questions on it? Discussion? No. Roll call vote.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Arthur Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That carries. And just as a quick reminder for folks, Amanda was talking about the meeting that her, Shauna, and staff had about public comment, the governor's executive order on remote meetings, I believe only goes through August 6th, I believe. And so we'll be looking at, maybe it'll be extended, maybe not, but we'll be looking at in-person meetings and probably having to allow the public to come address us in person. We don't know what's going to happen, but just keep that in mind. All right, Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Deb Dawson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will be meeting Monday at 1:30. We have a couple of relatively non-controversial resolutions on our agenda. We will also be hearing about the food system planning progress that has been made in that program that is partially funded by county money. I may also be adding a resolution to the agenda because I received word today that the folks that have been bird dogging the rate case, the NYSEG rate case procedure with the PSC, expect that we will be having local hearings the third week of August, which is before our next peak meeting, the August peak meeting. And perhaps it will be just in time for us to pass a resolution giving our views on the proposed rate case settlement at our, August 18th ledge meeting. So heads up, peakers, we may be hearing more about the NYSEG rate case at next week's meeting.
Thank you, Deborah. Questions for Deborah? No? All right, stay tuned. Now we're on to Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Leslyn. Before we get on to the two big resolutions, a couple of quick things about the committee. We met on July 13th, last regular meeting, and also met this afternoon. July 13th, we started talking about the fall schedule for expanded budget committee meetings, considering Saturdays perhaps. That wasn't real popular, but we also, there are opportunities, for example, to extend the calendar out, to stretch it out a little bit. Our charter says we have to vote on a tentative budget by October 31st, but we might be able to just spread things out a little bit so that it's not, there are not so many 2 or 3 meetings a week is really hard on a lot of folks. We did talk about using program committee meetings in September for department heads to talk with legislators about sort of the background, the context, kind of where their departments are going, especially with furloughs and with budget cuts. More of the stuff that people like to discuss and ask a lot of questions, to try to pull that out of the EBC meetings and ask that committee chairs try to schedule that in for September. So stay tuned as we think about how to best use everybody's time in the fall. The budget committee next regular meeting is August 10th at 3 o'clock. And we've gotten good response so far. Thank you very much to the when to meet proposal for another expanded budget committee session this month or next month. Right now, we've gotten 16 of legislators and staff responding, which is very good. And August 19th or 20th seem to be the 2 dates where there might be a critical mass. So if you haven't had a look at that, just please check it out tonight and let me know if you can make those dates. The purpose of that, as I said in the email, is to really give legislators a chance to talk about our values, our priorities, and we'll have to be figuring out some creative ways to organize that discussion. It would not be a time when Jason and Kevin would be expected to do any kind of presentation. So that's the report. If there are any, if there are no questions,
I do, Martha. May I ask a quick question, just so I understand what you were saying about presentations during expanded budget committee time? Normally, what happens now is the departments come and talk about the departments and what they do, more than just budget. Do we really need to do that this time around? Do people really need to hear about the departments and what the departments do? Is there anybody in this legislature who does not know what departments do?
listen, I think the issue is things are changing. We've seen cuts, mid-year cuts in our departments. We are seeing we will be seeing proposals for cuts for 2021.
Right.
It's not that we don't know what the departments do. I think it's, let me put it this way. People are frustrated. I've heard a lot of frustration about non-budget related questions asked during EBC meetings, which I understand, but it seems to a lot of us that it's important that legislators have some venue, not just to ask their own questions, but to hear other people's questions, to hear what's happening. I mean, none of us is on all the committees, so I don't know, for example, I don't go to F&I very often. I don't know what those departments are seeing and what the trends are. So I would hate to just completely stifle questions during EBC if there's no other venue for those kind of discussions to happen.
I understand what you're saying. And if you heard me correctly, I said aside from budget and what, impacts of budget, is there any reason, and what I gathered from the nodding of heads or the shaking of heads around the screen here is that people really don't need to be hearing what departments are doing, or they already know what these departments do. So I understand if there's been budget impacts that we talk about those, and that's what I'm asking. And I think that's a good place if you're saying there are cuts, and yes, we've seen the cuts, and departments may have the reports on, which they usually have in the the part when the budget is being reviewed, on the impacts of the cuts on their departments. So I'm not knocking that part of it. I think that's very important because we're talking budget. I'm just asking about the other part of it and if we need to have that happen. So with
all due respect, I really think because a couple of people nod or shake their heads, I've heard privately from other people that they already don't feel they're getting enough information. So I really,
I'll leave it alone. It was a question. I'm not trying to argue with you. It was a question on if we really feel we need to, and I would encourage people to respond and let the chair of the budget committee know when we're putting together the agenda, if that is important to you. If it's important, it's important. It was just a question. Departments come and spend an enormous amount of time answering questions about what they do. And I don't think there's anybody on this body right now who does not know what departments do. So if you feel like you need to, please let the chair of the budget committee knows as we put together the expanded budget committee agenda.
If I just say, this is what I'm saying is, I'm happy to respond to frustrations about the length of EBC meetings and really restrict questions to budget information. The request is, and not just from me, but from others, the request is for another way for legislators to be able to get the broader view of departments, especially where they are not on those committees. So, and to have with committee chairs, and I don't mind having that with them, offline.
Got it. Thank you. Deb Dawson?
Yeah, I'm one of the people who expressed frustration with the number of questions that are asked that really don't have diddly squat to do with the budget process. If someone is very curious about what's going on with a particular department, all of our committee meetings are now on YouTube. Take the time, your time, to go watch those meetings. Don't take my time and everyone else's time to educate yourself at EBC. Now, it's clear that Martha and some other members of this body are in favor of the kind of budget committee hearings we've had in the past. I am not. I don't think that this is something that should be decided by nods of the head. But I do think that, at some point we ought to be taking some kind of vote, even if it's an informal vote. And I think that whatever the inclination of the entire body is, it should be strictly enforced by the chair of the budget committee and, if necessary, the chair of the legislature.
All right, so it seems like there's more conversation to be had about this as we are planning for expanded budget committee meetings. We have, like you said, Martha, either 19th or 20th, whichever is the date. All those of us need to respond. Another good session that we can probably flesh some of this out, and we don't have to take up a lot of time now. So thank you. I've raised a question. We can put it on that agenda and we can talk more about it and come to some conclusion that will satisfy everybody. Okay, thank you for that. It was part of your reports, I had to ask.
Yeah, I just want to put it out there so people can think about it and share their thoughts. Sometimes people don't want to say something in front of a camera. So.
All right. Any other questions to Martha on her report for budget committee? We have another resolution. Go ahead, Martha.
So you got from Kathy Covert today a revision of resolution J. There are a number of numbers that were changed as requested by the finance director. So that's resolution J, ID 9435, 2020 budget adjustments needed to respond to the negative impacts caused by COVID-19. And I so move.
Seconded by Deborah Dawson. And I think this resolution has some bearing on the presentation Jason was going to give to help with our discussion and decision. Is that correct?
Certainly, if you think that.
Well, as part of the discussion, then I'll invite Jason to go ahead and share with us any information.
Thank you, Leslie. Leslie, this resolution is just formalizing a lot of the expenditure reductions that were discussed a month and a half ago. So, for example, reductions in it's really a cleanup resolution, if I can add. General departments identified, equipment reductions or vehicle expenditures they weren't going to spend as kind of the initial effort. It included changes to the supporting agencies for the third quarter reductions. That's all included in that. What I did add into it is the EF map changes. So we got the EF map aid, which decreased the weekly share of Medicaid. So we did benefit from that. Unfortunately, there was a counterbalance to that. Interestingly, our safety net costs also increased quite a bit, so that the actual net benefit wasn't 1.4 million, it was around 400,000. So that's incorporated in there as well. And it's really a cleanup resolution to reflect the topics and the reductions in expenditures outside of personnel. There's no personnel changes in there. Just to reflect it in the accounting system so that budget lines aren't overexpended and that those items are not purchased or spent.
Okay, the next resolution is the one that has to do with your presentation. So any other questions on this resolution?
Jason, I think you said at committee that there's the indigent defense program. There was.
Yeah, right. There was a increase. Lance feels that they're going to have they're not going to need to expend certain funds related to defense counsel public defender costs because of the slowdown in the courts. So he had proposed some reduction in their budget which is a local share, which makes the difference for us. So it's not supported by any grant money. That was probably a late comer to it. But that's the only one. You're right. That's the only one I can remember of it that wasn't discussed in May. Outside the EFMAP stuff.
Okay, and the all the numbers that were changed by Rick, this is basically, these are just no big surprises here, just.
No.
Okay.
There was some cleanup. One of the ones had already been transferred. That was on the revenue side. That the other ones were reduced. We decided to not reduce some training funds, primarily around need. We might need some funding when we talk about police reform and public forums and facilitators, those types of things. So we kept some of that funding available, and then the total was off a little bit. I mean, it's a pretty large amendment resolution. So.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Jason. Any other questions on the resolution or discussion? Okay. Roll call vote.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Muted, Mike.
You, Mike Stickler.
Yes, froze, sorry.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Lesley McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That carries. Now,
Jason,
go ahead, Martha.
yeah, just Jason, do you want to make your presentation before we put this on the floor? The next one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let me put this up. I'll share it with everyone. So this is a brief update. In May, we talked about several things, and then again in June. And in both instances, we talked about the furlough process. And in May, I said that the furloughs were originally adopted to end at the end of the month. At that point in time, we talked about having a discussion at the beginning or mid-July regarding the current circumstances of the county's financial position and the possibility of extending furloughs for a longer period of time based on those circumstances. So what I felt would be important to do is to update you just on where we are from the last time I updated you on the finances. Some things have changed. Talk about the circumstances, and this coincides with the recommendation to extend a certain amount of furloughs potentially to the end of the year, but there are some nuances to that I think would be important to go over with the group. So this is a slide, there's some familiarity with this. I'm trying to keep the slides consistent from presentation to presentation so that you can view them the same way. But in this instance, we've created a mild and severe scenario, and that's to measure two things. The two major impacting factors are state aid and unallocated revenue, as you can see in this slide, which is the same of the one I've used in the past two updates. The state aid has changed slightly. And the reason we've changed state aid in terms of the mild scenario is that, as Jeff Smith talked about earlier, CHIPS funding is being withheld for 20%. And really what we're seeing across the board, and Budget Director Mojica, I asked him directly on a control room call, has confirmed that the state is dealing with their own liquidity issues, not knowing the outcome of a federal stimulus, that they are withholding almost all state payments by 20%. To ensure that if they don't get a stimulus, they most likely will not honor those that 20%. So it probably doesn't make sense from when we talk about modeling to have a mild scenario be below what the state is actually talking about doing and what they're starting to withhold. So we increased the mild scenario for state aid to a 20% reduction in state aid and kept the severe scenario at 30%. The severe scenario could be higher, could be lower, we don't know, but we gave some range. Unallocated revenues involves a series of revenues. Most influential would be sales tax. So we updated allocated revenues with the sales tax modeling and used the actual July numbers to determine a mild and the severe outcomes. And as you can see, there's a difference. So this slide, and I'll talk about a comparison of what it's done over the past few months, but this slide really just shows you a revenue shortfall of about 12 to 16 million if you were to make all of that up in a tax levy increase from just from a comparison perspective, you're talking the mid 20s to low 30s. And the mild scenario looks at a 15% reduction in sales tax compared to 2019 and a 20% reduction in state aid from what's budgeted, while severe is 18 and 30 respectively. That's what this slide demonstrates. This slide shows you on the expenditure side, some things that you're familiar with. 30 plus vacant positions, we expect to save roughly around 2.25 million. That fluctuates a little bit depending on positions. And also, for example, we discussed earlier at the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, some of the positions that are being filled are, for example, social welfare examiner positions, which in most instances are covered fully by the state. So this number may fluctuate a little bit. What we'll end up doing at the end of the year is tracking a lot of this and then probably making one large adjustment at the end of the year to show what wasn't expended so that the accounting system measures up. Other reductions, this is pretty much what you just adopted right now. This number is a little bit less. Well, it's a netted number from what you adopted when you adopted revenues and expenditures. So it's a netted number. There's a few pieces of revenue that are accounted for on the other slide, which were also taken out of this. So this is pretty much what you just adopted. And this is the estimate right now where we are with May through July furloughs. So this is a reduction in expenditures so far in the 2020 budget compared to the adopted budget. This slide shows you a comparison of, all right, what are we looking for possibly for an operating shortfall? We take the shortfall in revenues, the reduction in expenditures. Other considerations, there are probably some smaller ones out there, but for the big one is this 730 restoration. So if you remember, mental health has paid in the past up until this fiscal year 50% of the costs of individuals that fall into this 730 restoration, which is individuals that are not fit for trial that have to be hospitalized. Up until April 1st of this year, the state would cover 50% of the cost and we would cover 50% of the cost. The state budget changed that, and we now cover the 100% of the cost. So the past several years, we've hovered around the 300 to 350,000 mark, doubled, which is what would be another 50%. We're being conservative and putting another $350,000 of cost on that. Now, I did check in with Jeremy Porter and Frank Krupa about where we are. We haven't received any invoices yet. However, we don't necessarily receive invoices on a consistent basis. It could all come at the end of the year. It could come once or twice a year. So we'll continue to monitor it and see if bail reform changes this at all, or see if just the slowdown in arrests changes it at all. But right now, we're going to go with what we know from prior history, and as it changes, we'll amend it. So all of that coming together, I have a July estimated deficit, meaning in July, the operating shortfall for the year is between 7.8 and 11.5 million. So what I put in the right-hand box is what we had projected that range May and June. And I'll talk about what's changed a little bit and why the mild scenario has gotten worse, and perhaps why the severe scenario has leveled or has gotten a little bit better. I'll talk about the next slide. One thing we did mention, I mentioned already earlier, is sales tax is volatile and unpredictable. It's unpredictable on better years, but even then you have a range of error, so to speak, by a few percent. We're well outside that range right now in our ability to project. Students returning in the fall will most likely stabilize this to a certain extent. Further shutdown of reopening, whether it be no students returning or we regress and no longer, increase or enhance our reopening, or go even worse yet, go back in phases of reopening. We shut down further. That obviously will stall revenue growth. And neither one of those situations are easy to predict what the outcome is. Just reaffirms the volatility of it. And obviously, state aid decisions are yet to be determined. We were expecting a mid-June understanding of what state aid cuts would be, or actually I should say we're expecting a mid-June stimulus discussion with the federal government. That hasn't happened. It was then early July. It was then mid-July. Now, from what NISAC's telling me, it could be September about a federal stimulus package. I know there's been discussions as of recent, and as of a few hours ago, I was reading that it fell apart. So this again is unknown, other than we think that or at least NISAC thinks at this point, that the governor will probably make a decision by September about some state aid numbers. Again, that could be cuts. We do think that it'll be cuts across the board. So our approach to reducing all state aid by an X amount is probably within reason of how the state will approach it, meaning they're not going to pick and choose counties and municipalities, that type of thing. It's probably this type of aid is going to be cut X amount of dollars and so on and so forth, but yet to be determined. So what's changed a little bit since our last discussion? Well, at our last update, we had some relief from the EF-MAP aid that came in. We had about $1.4 million in reduction of weekly Medicaid shares. That was abruptly ended with increase in safety net and child care costs for about a net of 438,000 to the positive. So we didn't receive the whole benefit of the 1.4. When I talked to Kit and Tom Herden about what happened with the safety net increase, and my first question was, did everybody else get the same thing? Is this the way the state's balancing its approach of unwillingly sharing EF-MAP funding? They didn't think so. They actually said that because we've had in the past, we had such a huge jump in Code Blue participants, those individuals did not go through their traditional methods of additional benefits through safety net because they were getting the housing covered through Code Blue, which didn't require any follow-up and any other programming. Because they've changed the way they've administered Code Blue, which is using the shelters, rotating people through shelters, many people denied or didn't want to take shelters as an overnight stay, so they instead signed up for safety net, and you saw some cost increase there. That's a discussion probably for another time as to whether or not that's a good thing. Safety net, obviously, there's a local share to it, but individuals are engaged in a program, they're engaged in other benefits, and they have access to other services. Where Code Blue, they just show up, they get the room, and they leave. Now, Code Blue is fully funded by the state for now. That could change. Safety net, obviously, we pay a local share if their federal benefit, lifetime benefit, is exhausted. So he said it's a pretty direct correlation. As you saw Code Blue go up, you saw safety net go down. When you saw Code Blue go down, you saw safety net go up. So there's probably more to be figured out in that in the course of time, but that's part of the explanation why we had such a large safety net increase. Something else that just recently happened was the announcement of Tioga Downs closing permanently as of October 1. I did follow up with the chair of the legislature at Tioga Downs. She's on our control room call, and we've had some conversations before. I talked to her briefly over email saying, hey, is this the real deal? Is it just the casino? Is it just the racetrack? Is it the hotel? She said yes to all of them. Basically, this is the owner of, I think, Tioga Downs as well as Vernon Downs. And this is a direct impact of not being able to reopen. Media reports have been sketchy a little bit about this. Nonetheless, it's concerning because it represents about a third of the casino revenue. Now, in our modeling, we expected a 70% reduction in casino revenue this year. So it doesn't hurt a whole lot in this year's projection, as we've kind of set expectations low. The odds of that were high. It didn't work anyway. But I do think that next year, with them closing, you're going to lose at least a third of the revenue that you've been receiving, because we get revenue from 2 casinos. What is not encouraging, obviously, and it hasn't been encouraging to be honest at all, is the Lago was already experiencing financial troubles before COVID, and that was their bond rating was changing, the revenue expectations were low, and so on and so forth. So, this collectively 1.5 million in revenue is a fairly large number. How casinos are going to fare, I don't know, because casinos that are not regulated by New York State are open, and they do have business. So that's a change. June sales tax came lower, as I mentioned, with Rick's projection, with Rick's actuals for June. They were lower than expected, so that did adjust. I think your more mild scenario, and then obviously state aid being withheld consistently at 20%. It didn't make sense to have your mild scenario below that. So, I look at this. I'll come back to this number. When we look at these types of operating deficits, sales tax, I think, is going to consistently, you're about halfway through the year, more than halfway through the year, you're going to have a decrease in sales tax. It's going to be substantial. It's highly unlikely, even with students coming back, that it's going to come near recovery or near your budget. So in a mild scenario, you're down 5.5 million, 6 million. In a more severe scenario, you're upwards around the 6.5, 7 million mark of coming under what you budgeted. That's pretty severe. State aid. My take on state aid is that the governor wants $50 billion of stimulus just for him at the state. I don't think that's going to happen just for New York State, considering the contentiousness right now between our governor and the federal government. Nonetheless, that's my prediction only. If the localities do get stimulus, I think we'll get cuts in state aid. If the municipalities don't get stimulus, I think we'll get cuts in state aid. That's just how I see this for rolling out with the New York State governor and the way he's worked with state aid in the past. So even if he does get $50 billion for himself, I still think we're probably going to get cut some level of state aid. So to the extent, I don't know how much, but that's just my take on when I look at the political landscape and the way things have worked with the state in recent years. So when we talk about recommending further furloughs, as we were going through this process about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago with department heads, I asked department heads to take another look at their positions, take another look at furloughing, potentially extending furloughs for staff into the future, because we still have, I think, is still very much a financial crisis on our hands. What came from that was about 21 positions that department heads had suggested that they could do without for the time being, or that they could continue to allow to be furloughed over the course of the upcoming months, maybe to the end of the year, depending on workload. So a continuation of the furloughs, if that has since been reduced to 17 because we've had some folks retire. As we looked at that, I translated that into roughly about $250,000 worth of savings. These positions have been on furlough since May. My recommendation would be to continue to have them stay on health insurance through the rest of the year or until they're recalled to service, and then also provide any employee that qualifies for a vacant position and that wants to be interviewed for the position to give guarantee them that opportunity to meet. And I've talked with the department heads about giving preference to existing employees if they have the skills and the minimum qualifications to do the positions. To ensure that there's a minimal transition with our employees and minimal displacement. And like I said, we are going to be hiring some different positions and filling some positions as we come up. So our ability to match employees and skill sets, and even if it's within titles in other departments, is something we're going to aggressively look at doing. Taking into consideration a reduction in fourth quarter payments again for supporting agencies. This is about a $500,000 reduction. Again, this was discussed with the supporting agencies back in March and April when I had the initial conversations, and for the most part, a lot of them have kind of acknowledged they've expected this to happen, just considering the landscape of everything. We can probably hold a little bit more to making a decision on this, but I do think it's something we should strongly consider. I don't see the financial picture getting better moving forward right now. And then also we can further reduce some from the capital fund. 2 projects have been delayed, the cold storage building as well as the green facility planning is a little behind. And I think, I don't think we're going to be where we expected to be at this point at the beginning of the year. So all in all, I think being able to reduce expenditures by another $1 million, almost 1.1 million, is something that is good. It's not good for us, but it's something we have to do to manage the expectation that we're going to have a significant shortfall and I think a rather large operating deficit. And how do we manage that just for managing the shortfall for this year? So being able to take those proactive actions now is what I'm suggesting for managing the budget. So that's the gist of this. The resolution in front of you is authorizing the extension of those furloughs. Several things I think to take away from this, and then I'll be quiet and answer your questions. First, on the budget front, before I get into the resolution, the budget front, there's a lot of uncertainty around the country right now. We just saw 10 more states being listed on this travel advisory list, which in essence, the way they're getting listed is through a standard metric that's been created about increasing infections rates and hospitalizations and so on and so forth. So that's continuing to grow, and it is not showing a sign of slowing right now. We're starting to see increased hospitalizations, ICU admissions, and deaths across the country, and that is continuing to climb. So that is going, even though we are in a relatively good position in New York State, that is going to continue to not, that's going to continue to get worse across the country until some significant changes happen. That will impact us one way or another. We're not insulated from that, right? So while we may not have seen the direct impacts yet, it will impact us one way or another, not just from a spread of the disease, but from an economic perspective. Sales tax was down more than expected in June. To understand what happens in the next month or two, I mean, if I had a crystal ball, if anybody can tell me what happens in August, I would love to know. But nonetheless, I think there's going to be, I still think you're going to continue to see this slow sales tax growth, or if any growth at all, over prior months, just in comparison. So I think that's going to continue to stay down. Students returning, there's a lot of questions about students returning, both public health wise, both economy wise. All good questions, all with a lot of uncertain answers. One thing I probably do know is that if students come back, it will probably stabilize and give some stabilization to sales tax. If students don't return, I think it will make your economic recovery more challenging. How much, I don't know, because we've never been in that situation before, but I think that's a pretty safe analysis from a broader perspective. I've already talked about the governor and what I think about in terms of stimulus package. He wants $50 billion just for himself, excluding localities. Again, my prediction is if he receives less, he'll cut state aid. If localities receive stimulus, he'll cut state aid. I don't foresee an option with this governor or this state right now in a scenario in which the county state aid does not get cut on some level. That's really both impacts this year, but also I think impacts next year. The challenge is we adopt our budget by the end of this year, where the state gets rolling into adopting a budget that impacts the 3/4 of the latter half of our next fiscal year. Bottom line of this, I still think you're in very much a financial crisis, such as you are as a public health crisis. I don't think that's changed. Absent of major federal stimulus, and even with it, I still think we finished the year in a deficit. How much, I don't know. Stimulus, as I mentioned before, may help us this year, but it is not going to address the economic recovery, the long-term recovery per se. It's not also going to address our issues that we're going to deal with structurally in the budget for next year. I do think that reducing expenditures this year to the extent possible to minimize the impact of this year's loss is going to be important. Developing a budget for 2021 that takes into consideration some unknowns is going to be difficult but important. So for example, I can foresee our contingent account increasing for an unknown loss of aid or unknown loss of revenue. How to balance it, I don't quite know yet, but I think those are things we have to keep in mind as we start to think about the 2021 budget. In future years, we're also going to have to think about how do we streamline and enhance and reimagine some of the service delivery to build back our financial capacity and redundancy. So that's kind of a broader picture, not necessarily addressing this right now. So something I want to stress about the revenue, or I'm sorry, about the resolution in front of you. This is a continuation of furloughs. This is not an abolishment of positions. So these positions could be reinstated at any point during the year, and the last sentence of that resolution provides for that reinstatement. This is the prior one that you had. I've talked with the department heads about this and have an understanding with them that if workload changes, so for example, we're not at full capacity right now. For example, there are some departments that aren't functioning at full capacity. Day reporting isn't functioning out of public health reasons. DSS still is functioning with a lot of waivers in place, which means a lot of the regulatory steps are not needed or are not being exercised, which to a certain extent streamlines the flow of benefits, but that doesn't know, those waivers are pretty much on a month-by-month basis in terms of being renewed or extended. And they don't give much notice to when they're being extended, similar to the issue we're dealing right now with the open meetings, waivers for open meeting, in-person open meetings law. So to the extent that those things change in the future and departments feel that their workload is not being kept up with, I said, let's have open conversation about it. And if we need to reinstate folks, we will, just as we've done over the past 12 weeks. Some positions have been reinstated earlier, for example, the DMV, right? We had slotted them for a 6-week furlough. Some of them came back at the 4th week mark, preparing for reopening. So not all those furloughs were honored to the extent that we had planned for them. And flexibility needs to be had in this to be able to accommodate for changes. We've worked with a lot of employees and we'll continue to work with them about meeting certain retirement milestones. So for example, I think the furlough list would be larger, but we've been able to communicate with certain employees saying, I hit a milestone on this date from a retirement perspective. And we said, well, let's keep this moving forward so you can retire with that milestone achieved. We have roughly 30 to 35 vacant positions right now. As more employees retire, we have more vacancies, it provides us with more opportunities to consider restructuring or reorganizing certain positions, and also allows us to, in positions that have to be filled or need to be filled, we have the ability to pull folks that are furloughed into those positions or offer them those opportunities to fill those positions. And again, we're working hard to find other opportunities for those employees to consider other employment within Tompkins County if they want to consider that. So I think that's just a recap of everything, kind of an update of the financial circumstances and the reasoning behind the furloughs, the extended furloughs, as well as some of the other potential reductions. So I guess that's all I have, Martha. Be happy to take any questions anybody has or anything.
All right. Well, there are a couple of questions before Martha introduced the resolution. Dan, you have a question for the presentation that Jason just had?
I guess I'll wait till the resolution's introduced.
Okay. All right. Martha, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of things to really emphasize Jason's point about safety net and the child care expenses going up, kind of almost canceling out the EF map increase. Just so nobody misunderstands, that's not any sort of shell game. Those safety net and child care expenses are based on the real people who are getting benefits. So it's not a matter that the governor somehow or Department of Health, pulled a fast one. I would also point out that to the extent that the state and schools get money, we may be really the last ones on the chopping block, last ones at the trough. State aid to schools is a major piece, and that's obviously a huge issue in across the country right now. So I would expect that nobody even knows what counties do, right? So public health,
To that point, Martha, I think that's an important point to bring out, is that generally the state has always leaned towards state aid over municipal aid. The schools, to their acknowledgement, have a really heavy lift. I mean, if you've read any of these K through 12 plans, you could see it's huge. And if there's an element of local aid to be shared, it's going to be, I have no doubt it would be first shared with school districts over cities, counties, and towns and villages.
And truly, it's hard to feel badly about that.
Yeah.
The other thing is that on this call I had today with Jessica Scott from the governor's office, one of the things that was pushed was the Bond Act, the Environmental Bond Act. They still want to move that forward. NISAC has now come out in strong support along with environmental groups. And so I said, well, what, can you tell me more about what kinds of things are going to be in it? Very focused on resiliency and flood control and things. They feel that would be a more broadly accepted framing for this kind of money. Remember, it has to get passed by the voters. Then if it were sort of climate change or electric vehicles or something like that. So, but there may be real opportunities within that frame for county money. In fact, she said, yes, she expects that there will be ways that counties can get funding through the Bond Act. So it'll be important to watch what's in there. There may be some things that we can sort of budget shift, accomplish some things with Bond Act money instead of with our local money. So we can track that as we get more information on that. So thanks for that report, Jason. That's very, a lot of really important stuff in there.
All right, Martha, can you move your resolution, please?
Yeah. Resolution K, document 9446, authorize and direct the county administrator to continue furloughs for certain identified county employees during the COVID-19 pandemic. So move.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson. Continued discussion. Dan Klein.
Thank you. The previous round of furloughs that we did, difficult decision, but what we know is that the employees that were furloughed, most of them actually ended up taking home more money in their weekly paycheck than they were currently making because of the extra $600 from the federal stimulus bill. That is ending at the end in next week. So this current proposed round of furloughs is going to mean a pay cut for our employees. We have a very large fund balance, and I think this is probably the first place we should look to use if necessary in order to avoid furloughing and cutting our employees' salaries. But there are other things that we could have looked at, and I wish we had. I wish we had been presented with a list of other options. So are there other capital projects? Is there a bridge, for example, that we could decide, well, we're not going to do that this year and keep our employees employed through the end of the year? Is there a non-essential county function that we could eliminate and use that money instead to keep our people employed? Is there a temporary project that we have funded that we could say, well, it was a nice idea, it was done in good financial times, these are not good financial times. It's more important to keep our employees employed than doing the special project. I would have liked to have had that discussion. We never had that opportunity. We don't yet know about the federal stimulus money. That was made very clear. To me, that is another reason not to put people on furlough when we don't know what's going to happen. We might get money that we could backfill to use to pay these employees. We might not. None of us know. That is the truth, right? None of us know. If by the end of the year, we still find ourselves in this mess and don't see any way out, then I will participate in making these difficult decisions. There definitely will come a time when we might have to decide to let people go. But for now, I don't think we have actually looked at all those options of what we could do to keep these people employed, because for me, that is pretty much the top priority, is to not lay off people, not furlough them and cut their salaries. So for that reason, I'm going to be voting no on this resolution.
Thank you, Dan, for your very thoughtful presentation. I'm going to go down the list here. Anna Kellis.
You're on mute, Anna.
I said I also very much appreciate that thoughtful presentation. I would say there's a lot that we don't know, and everything is changing every day. There's a chance that the Senate federal will come out with a stimulus package of their own that will start a negotiation. We do know that there is a strong consideration to extend the PUA. So we don't know actually whether or not furloughed employees will get less. That's another thing on the list of things we don't know, of the many things we don't know. So I think that is one thing. And I raised my hand. Oh, I remember now. Something that was just talked about, and I think it just needs to be said. The fact that governments are now being pitted against each other. School systems and counties and local municipalities is appalling. And I just want to note that, the fact that we even had to say that, because, it's true, Martha, that what you said, that people, very, very few people seem to know exactly what counties do in the state. But I want to note that social services, almost all of them come through the county, which means that those who are the most in need and impoverished receive these services, so that we have to pick between children getting a good education and assistance to those most impoverished in our community is atrocious, while simultaneously we have increased the number of billionaires in the state, increased during this COVID time. Since February, it has increased by 1 or 2. there has been an 8.6% increase in their total net worth and a $556 billion increase in the net worth of those 119 people. So I just want to note, you know, we could be having a conversation of people paying their fair share. And I would say that those 119 aren't necessarily, and the fact that we're being pit against each other is really unfortunate. So I just wanted to make sure that that was stated for the record. I hope that changes either this year or next year at the state level.
Thank you, Anna. Rich John.
It's a painful discussion. I support the resolution. With that said, Dan, I agree with you that this is truly unfortunate. I believe we have to protect the overall fiscal health of the county. And if the federal government gets its act together and passes a stimulus package, I would certainly favor bringing these people back and getting them their jobs. I just worry so much that we need to make sure we are proceeding in a stable way and we're preparing for 2021, which I'm not sure is going to look much better than 2020 at this point, if we don't turn the corner here pretty soon. Anyway, so I'll be voting to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Henry?
Yes. Jason, 2 questions. One, when the governor cut the alcohol and drug money, wasn't it 31% last week?
So he withheld it. It was reported as being cut. It was withheld. And I believe there's some reconciliation that's going on right now because I do think it was in error. That's the last conversation I had with Frank, is that OMH was trying to review or update its numbers. I think it was supposed to be closer to 20%, but for whatever reason, something has happened with it and it was 31. But either way, it's withholding money in great, in double digits, whether it's 20 or 31%, it's bad either way. So it's withheld, meaning the state's interpretation is that, it could be released. It just depends on what happens with this final stimulus.
Yes, and Jason, in terms of your thinking about the budget overall, I assume right now the only thing we have is to raise taxes and use the fund balance to cover things. There's no other ideas that you have that you haven't tried yet.
I mean, when you talk about next year's budget, you have obviously tax increasing. You have the ability to increase the tax levy. You have the ability to use fund balance. My perspective, and again, we have about another 6 weeks to prepare this budget before we bring it to the legislature for discussion and consideration. One of the things I'll probably want to look at hard is if we use fund balance, targeting it towards one-time expenses versus supporting an operational expense, because a capital expense, if it can be supported with fund balance, it's a one and done. Continuing to support your operating budget and staffing positions with fund balance has an end date to it, meaning that fund balance is finite. So I would always gear towards using fund balance towards that perspective. The other end of things is the retirement incentive is incentivizing folks. There are folks that have taken it. There are folks that have identified they are going to take it and they haven't just given their notice. And as more individuals do exercise that opportunity, it gives us more flexibility to preserve existing folks that are not retirement eligible, but also look at reorganization or restructuring that can be part of the discussion for the budget process. Those are your opportunities really to reduce expenses and use alternative revenues. You do have the ability to charge fees, but I'll be honest, counties don't really have a fee for service benefit that say cities or towns or villages do, because your services don't function that way. You can't charge a fee for a mandated service, and if you could, you wouldn't be charging it for a human service, if that makes it's contradicting to what you would do. So fee for service is a tough thing to do at the county level. I did it more at the city level because there were more things that fell into that scope, because if people didn't want the service, they wouldn't pay for the fee. So there's very limited opportunities around fee for service. That's generally, I mean, those are your options that you have. They're options that I think we try to find a balance of. It's not pulling one lever to balance. It's pulling all the levers the right amount. That's going to be able to give you a balanced budget, balance not just from revenues meeting expenses, but balance of service delivery, financial responsibility, and that includes use of fund balance as well as tax increase. You say, Jason, we just want to increase taxes 35% to make it work. That's one way of dealing with it. I don't know that I would recommend it, but it's a balance of all of those elements, Henry. So, and the challenge to all of this is that there's so much uncertainty with major players in those balance acts. So, those are the things that we'll be looking at as we start to put it together. And those are the things I can elaborate a little bit more if you want to have a third budget meeting as to what the consequence of using one over the other is.
Okay, Martha, and then Deborah.
Thank you. A couple things. We have a responsibility to our employees, absolutely, but we also have a responsibility to the taxpayers. And especially in this climate, we are, when we hear we want people to not have to pay rent or have rent forgiven or whatever, or we need to provide X, Y, and Z for free. I mean, there's even more need than ever before, and anything that we have in terms of what people have to pay for taxes is really going to be a problem. In terms of fees, we've been sued in the past, had to do with water fees, I believe, and it had, it was established by the courts that we're only allowed to actually charge fees to cover the cost of providing the service. We literally can't make a profit on fees. Jason, if I on your slides, I think there's a headline that kind of got buried. If I understand correctly, you've already managed more than 4.8 million in net costs for 2020. Is that right?
Reductions, yes.
Cost reductions. You have found and saved 4.8 million already.
The department, obviously I didn't, but I did, but the department heads, everybody's been able to rise to the challenge and say, all right, we need to figure out a way to figure this out. But yes.
That's huge. So I think it's not correct to say that we haven't done enough. And we've done 4.8 million's worth of things that so far have kind of been within an envelope that the departments have absorbed. And I feel very strongly that that a lot has already been done. But that's not to say that this is the only thing we're going to have to do. We're going to have to do a lot more things and more painful things, I'm sure. And as Deborah always sends us very cheery information about what's going to happen with the bond market and the banks for 3, 4, 5 years from now. Remember, we're used to having a fund balance that kind of magically keeps growing. It's not going to keep growing. It's going to be shrinking. And we really need to not depend on that. It's a piggy bank that's it's a resource that we need to use extremely carefully and make sure that we are trying to find balance among all these different decisions. And I think this is a responsible thing to do. I'm glad we got the additional information that Jason sent us over the weekend, and appreciate all of that thoughtful commentary from department heads. So I think we have to do this, unfortunately.
So I think all of that said, Martha, you're supporting the resolution, eh? All righty then.
Yeah.
Deborah.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Martha, for identifying me as the budget Debbie Downer. Yeah, I have to say, I will be supporting this. I have tried to say over and over again that I think we're in this for probably another 3 to 5 years. So our fund balance, while it seems like a very convenient piggy bank, has to last for 3 to 5 years with something left over. When we're looking at deficits of this size, operating deficits of this size, when $4.8 million is a huge savings and doesn't even seem to make a dent in our delta, I think we need to face the fact that we're dealing with crises where we can't control very much. All we can control is how much of our fund balance we're willing to spend in any given year, and how much we're willing to raise our taxes in any given year. And once we determine those things, whatever deficit is left, we're going to have to make up by cutting programs. And that means cutting staff or making do more with fewer people. So these kinds of decisions are going to be decisions we're facing on an ongoing basis. And yes, I wouldn't frivolously cut loose any county employee, but I don't think anybody's asking any of us to do that. We have to make these very carefully considered decisions in order to meet our primary obligation, which is to our constituents as taxpayers by keeping the county fiscally healthy for as long as this crisis lasts. And that's why I'll be voting for this and probably other nasty things in the future.
Thank you, Deborah and Corman. And let's move to a vote.
Thank you. I'll be short. I will be supporting it. This is something that when I took office, I hoped I'd never have to do, but these are extraordinary times. And we're talking about, at this point, furloughing people who they should be eligible for unemployment. It is not a full paycheck. And I am sorry for that, but the county will be giving them, providing health care at the same rate that they had before, which is huge. So I hope that lessens the burden for most of those people. And as other people said, we're going to be in this for the long haul. We're going to have to make really hard changes or, hard sacrifices over the next couple of years. And so this is just one of them. So thank you.
Thank you, Annie. So it's interesting to watch that presentation, and thank you, Jason, for that, and realize that what we have built up over the years as fund balance, we don't know how we're going to be replenishing that with everything that we don't know that's coming down the pipe. And so in everything we do, we have to be as careful as possible. You also have to be as nimble as possible. We value our employees tremendously. I don't want the message to go out that we don't value our employees. We certainly do. And I appreciate the options of, if positions become open, that folks who are out may, have the opportunity or first dibs at those positions and so on and so forth. That we at least present opportunities for people or options for people to be able to make use of if we're able to. Retirements are happening and so on. So I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the candid discussion. I look forward to more discussion at our next budget retreat, where hopefully we'll be able to get even more information and be engaged in some of the conversation that Dan brought up, which I think is extremely important, for us as we make these decisions going forward. Let's take this to a vote. Roll call vote.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Arthur Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes, reluctantly.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
12 ayes, 2 noes.
that carries. Thank you all very much for the spirited discussion and for your compassion. There's a lot of compassion in this. Thank you. Martha, is there anything else from your committee?
No, just stay tuned for notice about the next EBC. Thanks very much.
Jason, I know that when we
Yeah.
hired you as county administrator, you didn't count on COVID-19 and all of the things that are happening with it and some of these very hard decisions. And we really appreciate all of the work that you and Lisa and Rick and everyone else is doing in trying to bring us the best options for savings and revenue generating, et cetera. So thank you for the innumerable nights that you're spending doing this work and weekends. And I'm going to encourage legislators to stop bothering you on the weekends because I know that you're putting in a lot of time and we really do appreciate it. So thank you very much. No member filed resolutions, minutes of the previous meeting. Let me take up the minutes. Moved by Shauna Black, seconded by Anna Kellis. Any discussion, amendments, or changes to the minutes? Roll call vote on the minutes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Arthur Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you, that carries. Unfinished business. Is everything okay? Any unfinished business, last comments, anything? Motion to adjourn? Moved by Deb Dawson, seconded by Henry Grandison. Everybody in favor of adjourning? Aye. Yes. That
Aye.
That carries. Thank you very much. Everyone have a good
Good night,
evening.
everybody. Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Can't find us.